Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Tribble, I hope you're well. I hope that's a comfy chair. How you doing, Tribble? Also, there's a weird thing that goes on. For some reason, the first thing that ever comes up in the chat, the color of the name is always slightly different. Hang on, let me see if I can show you this. Hold on, let me. Like, if you look at the first part, your name is slightly darker there than it is on the second one. I know it's a kind of a slash me thing, but that shouldn't affect the color of the name. It's very weird, and I don't know why it does it. How's everyone doing? Random. I hope you're well. It's Tuesday. We got stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff to do. In fact, we got to get the rest of the things moved over from the other base. I think the way we're going to set this up, we're going to put the cobble work stuff here, because we're going to need to send a lot of the stuff from the cobblestone and also the sulfuric acid and some other things over to what's going in here. So basically, we're going to move the cobble gens stuff over to here. We're going to move the oxygen production over here. If we can fit the silicon dioxide, not silicon dioxide, sulfuric acid stuff in here as well, that'd be great. And then once we've got all that moved over, we've got to move the power over as well. And then once we get back over here, then after we've got that moved, we've got to start setting up the hostile neural networks, basic automation, just to get something going with it, and also the polyethylene as well. Those we're probably going to try and set up in this chunk. Probably the polyethylene on that side, and then the hostile neural networks there. And then we can route the output of that round to actual hostile neural network stuff here. This is all the temporary things so we can get some resources coming in and build a more permanent solution. Anyway. First things first, I think we've got to get the power moved over. I think I want to get this moved over first, so I need to turn this off. Back from Mum's hospital appointment this morning, so now we just wait for results. Hopefully they are positive results. Right. I don't think anything's even still running really at the moment, so... Oh, except for this. This is about the only thing that's doing anything, but this doesn't really matter. We can turn this off. That should be fine. Okay. So let's just tear everything out and kind of go from there. I feel like we need a way to kind of mass clear all cards, like in situations like this. This is I think the one like major downside to like the whole card system when it comes to the whole card system when it comes to laser IO. Like if you need to move a laser node for whatever reason, it's just a little bit of a pain when you end up with all the cards because they don't stack, even if they have the same settings, they still don't stack. Actually, I probably could have left all these cards configured, couldn't I? Oh, well, never mind. That's fine. A little bit late now. And then we get rid of all those. We might need to expand our sugarcane. Our sugarcane production over at the new base. And everywhere, hello. Have I factoried much money yet? I mean, we're working on it. There's always more factoring you can do. How you doing everywhere? Alright, I have a shovel here somewhere. Right, let's get this cleared out. How far across do we go from here? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it should be the corner, right? And then we can get rid of these as well, because we don't need to mark that out anymore. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? Yeah, but we'll be lurking. That's all good. You are more than welcome to lurk. I'm still in two minds about whether to... I think once we... I'm still in two minds about whether to have actual dedicated aqueous accumulators for each of these or not. And I think I'm going to for now. But later on, I think we do want to switch that out to... Well, actually, later on, we'll be using numismatic dynamos. But before we get to that point, we'll probably want to switch this out to a different method of transferring the water in here. Actually, we can probably do that now, honestly. All it's going to take is an interface. We use an interface and extract from there, and then we can just get rid of this back bit entirely. And then we'll just expand our aqueous accumulator farm over here just for making water. It's not exactly a great way of doing it, that isn't, but it's working mostly. And it just means we can get water around to wherever we need it if we're storing it within the ME system. Do I really not have any bit left? I really don't have any bit left. Well, shit. Okay, well. Let's fix that. Do I have any coal? Yes, but not much. Oh, we've got a little bit of bit there. But we're probably going to need more than that. There we go. All right. How far back can we go with that? Three blocks? Wait, no. If we're going to be switching this over to using an interface, my only concern with using an interface is that unless we're using an interface for each of them individually, if we're just extracting from one card, it might not be able to extract quickly enough. We'll see, though. We'll see. Anyway, right. For right now, we need to set up the boilers, which are going to go... Actually, we'll set these up first. How is everybody else getting on, anyway? How is everyone's Tuesday going? Can I just do... Oh, God. Trying to place these things is such a nightmare. There we go. All right. I'll have to do that again over here, aren't I? Tickler's 3 now has automated basic titanium ingots, albeit at 1 every 2 minutes, but it works. That's pretty much where mine's at. So you're doing. I think 1 every 2 minutes is reasonable. I never know exactly like which way these are gonna place. Like you face this way. Okay, right. So if you hold shift and place it, it will place it facing the opposite way. Okay. Stupid graphs. Is that for your Techopolis playthrough, Picticom? Let's see if this actually works out how I hope it will. We might need to use... Actually, we probably don't... What we can probably do... So we did make a few... overclocker upgrades. Kind of expensive at the moment, but we have got a few overclocker upgrades. And they're going to be worthwhile. We need those. That. Oh, this is going to have to go one further back at least, I think. Actually, no, probably not. If I put the... If we have the laser nodes on the top... That should work. And then we just have the connectors under the bottom there. You know what? It's been a while since I've had one of those messages. You guys probably can't see it, but... Being off the ground is a frightening experience. Ah, Tribble. What the fuck are we going to do with you? Alright. By the way, apologies if I'm a little quieter again today. I may not be, I don't know, but I haven't had a lot of sleep again. I've been awake since about 3 o'clock this morning. But hopefully, I can actually still manage to do what I need to do. I do wish these would tell you, like, how fast you are actually extracting with the various extraction speed upgrades. Because there's nothing on them that, like, all we know is it's a tier 4 extraction speed upgrade. What does that do? Precisely. Does that change it? Like, is it 4 times the speed? Huh. Why were you not connected? Strange, but okay. But how do you know that, though, internal? I mean, I'm not asking, like, I'm genuinely not asking, like, how much does it speed it up by? I'm asking, why is there no way of showing what each one does? Like, there's nothing anywhere that tells you. My point isn't that I don't know the information. My point is that the information isn't there. That's pretty much always what my point is with these things, honestly. I'm gonna need to move some of this stuff around, though. Because I would like this to be underneath the other laser. That's going to need to connect to there. That needs to connect to there, and that's... needs to connect to there. And then we can get rid of that one and that one. And that should be connected just fine. Yeah, well, any of the transfer things, like having an upgrade and not telling you what it does is just kind of a weird approach to me. And while you could probably like look online and find the information that you need, like you shouldn't have to do that in order to figure out how something works. Let me disconnect that one and that one. There we go. I do like to keep my my like laser networks as clean as possible. I know, but would see you're saying that as though that makes it okay. Like you're mentioning that like it's okay. Like, oh, there's a bunch of mods that do this, so it's fine. It's like it shouldn't be fine. There should be no situation where that is okay. Well, but but like, what if nobody complains about it, if everyone just, oh, it's fine, we'll live with it. If no one ever complains about this shit, it's just gonna keep happening. And it's probably just gonna get worse and worse. Just accepting it is not the right approach. Why have you abandoned your playthrough, random? What made you abandon it? Right, we need an interface. And I probably... actually, we might need more than one interface. Probably not, because these things are expensive at the minute, and I don't want to waste them. But what's going to be the easiest way to do this? Basically, we need to get the... into this purple network, we need to get the water, which means... if we do that... also, bearing in mind that I need to keep this with the same thing of me needing to keep things organized. What I'm actually going to do, I think, is... what's the easiest way to do this? That'll have to... I don't like that. So that's... I'm not a huge fan of that, but it'll have to do. From feeling progression, you've very limited time to play. That's fair. It's not it is, at the end of the day, it is kind of a Greg Tech pack. It is a somewhat expert pack. Actually, I've just realized this is probably not going to work here anyway, is it? It is a somewhat expert pack, level pack, so it's going to take longer. And if you don't have the time to dedicate to it, then you don't have the time to dedicate to it. There's not much more you can do. Right, I think what we want to do is that. Unfortunately, that's also kind of annoying because I want to be able to have... How am I going to do this? I'm trying to fit this in a way that's actually makes sense and isn't going to be confusing later. And I want to be able to have 2 laser outputs from here, just so we can make it a little easier on the fluid transfer. Although maybe if we just use 4 overclocker upgrades in the fluid output, it's actually going to be fine. I think it should be, honestly. I think it should be. Although we can't really, there's not much point in setting. I wish there was I wish there was an easier way of setting the transfer amount on these. And seeing the transfer amount, because the contrast there is practically non-existent. Monifactory had to rush AE2 to enjoy it. See, that I don't personally don't understand that approach. Like, I am very much a, like, I will deal with what I have to deal with. I'm playing through SevTech at the moment as well, and SevTech is just, it's, compared to this, it's insanely slow. Like, there's no other way of looking at it. Like, SevTech is just ridiculously slow. And I'm fine with that because it fits the pack. Like, I've never been one of the, I'm not a person that sees the point in kind of rushing something, especially if I'm enjoying it. Like, I personally enjoy the process of going through all of this early game stuff. To me, it's where a lot of the fun comes from. I can see why people wouldn't enjoy it, but personally, it's part of what I enjoy about it, and it's that progression as you go, like, and as you progress, that feeling of accomplishment that I enjoy with this. Although these actually need to be moved onto the top of there, don't they? Actually, but the thing is, though, what tedious? What were the tasks that you found tedious? Like, which were the bits that you found tedious with it? Not saying that, by the way, not saying that you're wrong here, that it's not tedious or anything like that. I'm just curious, like, which bits you found to be tedious. The early GT stuff. Any bits in particular? Mass crafting gears and stuff until you get machines. I mean, that's fair. Although, I would say that there's not really much of a point in mass crafting anything before you get machines. Like, bulk crafting is definitely important, but doing it before you get machines is going to lead to being incredibly tedious, and you, like, generally don't need to. But I can see why that would become boring. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Circuit crafting. Again, circuit crafting, like, just, for me, it was just a case, it was always a case of make what you need to get to the machines to make it easier. Don't batch craft anything or bulk craft anything until you're in the situation where you can do things easily and as cheap as you possibly can. Of an easy mode that opened up HNN a bit earlier to avoid the grindiness in the beginning. See, everyone keeps mentioning grindiness in the beginning, and I haven't felt that. I don't know whether it's just that I enjoy this kind of the way the progression works in this, or what it is, but I haven't felt that grindiness. Like, nothing has been slow or difficult in my playthrough, except for the building. And that's from my own kind of, my own issue. That's me deciding to build an absolutely huge fucking base. But again, I think this is one of those things where, like, you have to approach GregTech in the right way for it to really work. And until you've played through, like, a few GregTech packs or played with GregTech a little bit, you don't really know what that way is. I know I certainly didn't. But it's just kind of, this is the way kind of GregTech is meant to be. It isn't for everyone at the end of the day, though. Not everyone is going to enjoy the way GregTech works. Thanks to your short sessions. I could only really give it 1 hour here and there too. Yeah, to be fair, that's reasonable. Like if you don't have a lot of time to dedicate to it, something like this is gonna be a struggle. Especially if you're anything like me, where like you forget what you're doing halfway through doing it. That's right, we rushed up to A2 stuff, and then it's much more enjoyable. Especially with complicated recipes. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about like what you enjoy and how you enjoy playing. And enjoying what you're doing is always going to be the most important thing. I know for me, like, so far, like, as far as kind of GregTech packs in general go, like, this is definitely one of the least grindiest ones you'll find. But again, I think for me, a lot of it as well for me is that, again, approach it in the right way and you'll have a much easier time of it. Approach it in kind of the way that it's intended to be approached. And you have a much easier time. I mean, that's fair. Internal. That is fair. Again, that's one of those things that I've not had to do. I've not experienced having to do that.
Running away! You yellow!
So I can't really kind of say one way or the other, like, how that's been. Like, I'm like, all right, no worries, quiet. I keep doing that. I keep dropping myself down right in an area where there is a cable. All right, so where are we going to set the slot up? I think we need to do one there. And then the other one there. I guess also a lot of it is like if you come from playing packs like the older mods packs or anything like that, it's definitely a bit of a shock to the system if you've come from a pack like that, or come into a Greg Tech pack, because in packs like that, like everything is basically given to you. Whereas you actually have to put some work in this. But that's what I like about it, though. Ta-da! There we go. All right. Yeah, the water's definitely keeping up with the 4 overclocker upgrades in there. Yeah, apologies if I sound like I'm being somewhat kind of preachy with the Greg Tech stuff here. Like, I hear a lot of people kind of complaining about how grindy Greg Tech is, and it's kind of... I never feel that. And I just kind of... Or at least I haven't felt that for a long time. I just kind of feel like people are trying to approach it and look at it in the same way as they will other tech mods, and then struggling with it because they're assuming it's going to be similar. And it just generally isn't the case. Right. Are we keeping up? We are. Oh, god damn it. I need a demagnetizer, damn it. Oh, wait, hold on. That is not the right one. Keep forgetting we've got the whole thing that we can scroll between these now. Okay, there we go. That should be adding to our power. I would actually like to have some power, like proper power storage at some point. I might wait till we have Numis though, before I start looking at that. Anyway, that's the power stuff moved over. I've still got to put the rest of the decorative stuff in here. Now, regarding, you just need there to be less time between spawning and automation. If it's too long, you lose interest. I mean, that's fair. Semi-automation, like, you can semi-automate things, like, very quickly in this, though. It's, like, it's not... Actually, one thing I do need to check. Are we actually keeping up with the water? I don't know. It's not that long, like, it's... I know a lot of what I would be a lot closer to proper full automation of things by now if I hadn't been kind of artificially extending the amount of time we were taking, while we're just so I could wait for the updates. Right, so we're gonna put... wait, no, that's right. So that drives you nuts is how hard it was to get experience. Hold on. Let me just finish this before I forget what I'm doing. So judging us is how hard it was to get experience and how many tools you go through to farm all the resources needed. Don't get over it. Again, that's fair. Oh, I might need to make one more of these. That's not where that's meant to go. All right, no worries, random. But I will say before you go, though, at the end of the day, no matter what I say, like, the only thing that matters with these things is whether you enjoy it or not. And if you're not enjoying it in the way that you're playing it, then find something that you do enjoy. Like, if you're not enjoying playing games, then you're doing it wrong. Like, that's the whole point of kind of playing games, is to kind of enjoy yourself and to have fun. And you should do that in whatever way works best for you. Do I have any more nodes? Some people enjoy pain. I hope you're not talking about me and my enjoyment of Greg Tech Picticon. I don't enjoy pain. I just don't find this painful. One man's pain is another man's pleasure. Very true. Tends to play these Greg Tech packs so many times you can't do it. Again, like absolutely fine. There's never going to be any pack or anything that appeals to everybody. So find the thing that you enjoy and then just play that. That is the way you should do it. As long as you're never kind of trying to push what you enjoy onto other people, which hopefully it's not coming across like I'm doing that. As long as you don't try and push like your what you enjoy onto other people just because you enjoy it, then I see no problems. Okay, right. We have, how much power do we actually have coming through these now? Because these are doing slightly more, or can give slightly more. So we got 1,200 in each of these, so 4,800 RF per tick there, and then 6,400 there. That's what, 9,200? My maths may be very off today. I'm not quite awake. Sorry, 11,200. My maths is very off. 11,200 RF per tick. Or 2,800 EU per tick. Which is actually a shitload of holy shit. That's actually a lot more than I thought it would be. Damn. Okay, well. That's everything moved over power-wise. I can clear those fluid cards. Oh, I'm going to get some more overclocker upgrades back. Oh, okay, an overclocker upgrade back. 2 overclocker upgrades. I'm rich. Alright, let's just put those things away into there for now. And those. Right. I'm not looking forward to moving all of this. I do feel like it's probably going to be a good idea, though, to actually store all of this in our main storage system. So rather than having the drawers next to these, we'll just put them in the main storage system, and we'll use an interface to output to each of the places that they need to be output to. Lars, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How was the stream? What were you up to today? Are those just glass panes? They are framed wall boards with glax holding them in. Pretty much good. Just running a few dungeons. Nice. How did they go? Right. Oh, I'm going to need some more buckets, aren't I? Going well. Glad to hear that. Right, we'll try not to fall into this and die. We absolutely haven't done that once already. Right, I think we'll move the cobblestone over. We'll do it like piece by piece, I guess. Like, we're not going to need the gravel or the sand or anything like that. The only thing it's doing right now is, well, it's actually not going to be doing anything right now because we haven't got any power over here anymore. We just want to move all of this. And this. Right, so cobblestone can stay there. Right, we're going to put the cobble gen and whatnot over here. Actually, I'm going to do this without framing them to begin with, just because they're a little easier to see. I'm still in two minds as well about whether I should... I think I do need to move these over by one. I don't like the fact that this is coming over onto the outside of here. It's not going to make much of a difference in the long run, but it's just going to bug me. We made a builder's one, didn't we? Yeah. Can I wand these? No, apparently... Oh, wait, no, hang on, I've got it restricted, haven't I? I do really like these wall boards. They work incredibly well. Well, I do feel like I need something different under those. At least under the one that has water in it. Actually, this could be a use case for the green anti-blocks. We're not going to get much use out of these, but... And we're obviously not going to see it with the ones with the lava. Right, we just need 4 buckets of water. Hey, Sarge, how's it going? That looks weird with the green, though, doesn't it? I think we need to do it with the white. Still looks a little weird, but I think it looks better. Oh, wrong backpack. How are you doing, though, Sarge? What have you been up? What have you been up to, man? Right, so we do that, and we'll put an interface down there. This is going to have to feed to the entirety of this, though. Oh, God, I've just realized that's going to be a problem, isn't it? Or a bit of a problem. Unless, again, I put overclocker upgrades in. Shit. Yeah, I'm going to have to put overclocker upgrades in it. That's fine. Right, so we need to extract, 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 and extract. Except I'm going to have to change the color on all of those. Enjoying the sun? I'm not. I'm a. We talked about this yesterday. I am very much a cold weather person. Give me wet and windy any day. Right, that should be filling up the cobblestone right now. It is. Excellent. Okay. I am going to need to put that... Oh, this is actually a little bit awkward. I'm going to need another void upgrade, aren't I? I'm going to have to put void upgrades in all of these, which I didn't want to do because I wanted to be able to stop the machines. The cobblestone doesn't matter, but I wanted to be able to stop the other machines when they, when the various things were full. I guess I could use emitters for it, and that would work. But then we'd have to get the machine covers for them. Right, let's actually make some more storage for the cobblestone as well. I don't know if we're going to need a lot of storage for cobblestone, but we'll upgrade that a little bit. 98,000 should be enough, right? At least for the time being. Right, what we are going to have to do from here, though, is we're going to have to make sure we have... We're going to need to output the cobble again. We're also going to have to output gravel. Sand. I don't know about dust yet. The thing is though, you start using wireless transfer and stuff like that. You start adding things like that. You kind of you take away a little bit of what the kind of the fun of Greg Tech, or of what Greg Tech is about. You just basically end up making it like every other tech mod. It's those challenges of figuring out how to move things around and like in terms of items and energy and everything else. That's the kind of challenge that I enjoy with it. I think they did give you. There are compatibility scripts already loaded for Flux networks if you wanted to add them in. I believe that they were. The problem is though, they probably will be very late game. And they have also added in this thing, the power transfer Einstein-Rosen bridge. Again, pretty late game. Yeah, ZPM you need to make it, so. It's late game, but it is basically wireless transfer of power, I believe. That was added in the most recent update. I fell in a hole. All right, so let's get rid of. Let's just do all of these all in one go. These I am gonna have to configure again later though, because otherwise they're just gonna clog up my inventory. Still do all of this with a single 4-amp converter. Oh wait, hold on. Where's my? Oh, my helmet's back at the base, isn't it? Can't bother to go and get it. Okay, that should be everything we need. I think I might have to set this up so I can turn it off, though. Oh, actually, I've just realized I don't need a machine cover to turn it off, do I? All I need is the emitters. Is the emitter recipe the same? No, not quite. Ow. Oh, I can't even make emitters yet. Ouch. Right, we probably are going to want to store a little bit more gravel and a little bit more sand. Right. Are those connected? Yes. 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 Beautiful. Okay, right. So, we're going to need... set it up like that. Give me that back. I'm not made of bit. Alright. That can go there. Okay, that should be fine if we do that and that. Oh, I didn't bring the converter, did I? Alright, that'll connect to there. Oh, perfect. That lines up nicely as well. That to there. Give it some power. That didn't connect. Wait. How did that not connect? Oh, I think I accidentally disconnected it again afterwards. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Where are we? There we go. Okay. Now the fun bit. We've got to be able to figure out extracting from each of these and inserting into each of these. Everything's going to need to be filtered. All right, so we need... This is going to be inserting cobblestone. That is going to be inserting gravel. And that's going to be inserting sand. And then we need to extract from each of these just on that channel. Hey, every 20 ticks should be plenty. I appreciate it, Larvae. Enjoy the luck. Okay. We hook those up, and then... Oh, shit. That's what I didn't do. I forgot to set all these to the right side. Perfect. I do need to... Oh, crap. I do need to get void upgrades for the gravel, sand, and dust. Since we haven't got any way of shutting the machines off at the moment. Since we cannot make emitters yet. Alright, so that's the gravel, sand, and dust sorted. What's next? This. Do I need that clay dust? Not really. Okay, right. We're still using Steam at the minute. There's not much else. There's not really many other options until you get to numismatic dynamos, which we need a bit more automation in hostile neural networks before we can really do that. Well, by a bit more, I mean I need some automation. Okay, so we are going to use another interface for this. I guess we're going to have to put the clay on here as well. I don't know if I like the fact that they've all synced up. Oh, I guess wait, we're not actually chunk loading this area at the minute, are we? I'll have to chunk load the other bit when we go over that way. Right, okay, so... Can I even remember how the hell we do this? Pretty sure it's the electrolyzer last. The electrolyzer, and then... That is basically electrolyzing the clay dust, so we need the macerator before that. And then I guess the chemical reactor. It's going to be a slightly smaller setup, because we're not going to have the drawers connected in here. Although it does mean that I am probably going to need to get another void upgrade for the clay. At the same time, we are also going to increase the amount of storage we got in there. Because clay is always useful. Well, usually useful. Alright, and we need... Didn't grab the interface yet. Yeah, I'm going to need more of these soon. So interface will go down there. We need cables. Right, so we are going to have to output what to here? Water. And dust, I think, are the only things that need to be sent out to here. was I transferring with that? The only thing we need for this process is water, right? It's been a little while since I set it up. I'm pretty sure the only thing we need is water. Yeah, we need water for that, and then... There's no additional outputs that I'm forgetting about here, is there? Nope, clay dust, then to electrolyzer, which just sends... Oh, it just cycles the water background. That's fine, that's... Hold on. That is actually kind of annoying. There we go. Alright. We have peace and quiet. Right. I'm actually going to just reset this up from... Instead of trying to remember how the hell I set up all the cards before. Okay, so into here, we need to insert... Water's going to get inserted into there, and... Dust, which we should probably filter. The water and dust go into there. I don't need a thing on there, do I? That will push down directly into there, into the macerator. Oh, no, we do want one of those. We are outputting the... We are outputting clay back into the ME system. Acidic, hello. Sorry, I apologize. You're not here. Hope the rest of the stream went well, though. Right, okay, so into here, we need to just pipe the clay. That means we also need to output the clay to here. And this will just push straight back down into there. And then we just need to output from this back into the ME system. Hopefully that will be enough. Why are you not putting water and dust into there? Oh, water I understand, actually, because I haven't set an output for that yet, have I? Oh, I know why, because I set the output of this to the bottom, didn't I? No, okay, it was not that, apparently. Hmm. Why are you not outputting dust? Okay, for some reason, the output side is being weird on that again. Okay, That's working, though. Obviously, none of this is actually working yet because we haven't got any power going to it, but should be once we do. All right, there we go. How does it take to... Ah, it's 13. That's what I was making. Okay. There we go. Right. Clay dust is now being processed again. What have we still got left to move over? It's the oxygen and sulfuric acid. Okay. These were both running off 1.4 amp converter. So we're going to have to make sure we keep these together. Oh god, what have I... Oh, I've got so much silicon dioxide. Okay, that can go. Wait, why have I got so much glass? Oh, right, yeah. I was going to say, why have I got so much glass dust? I feel like we probably want to store the oxygen as well in the ME system. I think that's going to be a considerably better way to do this. That means we're gonna have to try and get another 4K. Actually, we're gonna let's see if we can make a few more 4K drives, because there's a few things we are gonna need to store fluids for, and that's gonna be annoying. There's a few things we need to store fluids for. Oxygen being one of them. Probably sulfuric acid. So oxygen, sulfuric acid, polyethylene later. I think that's probably it. So if we can do just another 3 4K storage components, that will be good. That does mean we're going to need... What? 9 1Ks? What's 9 times 4? 36 red alloy plates. We do not have enough red alloy. Let's fix that. I do wish there was a cheaper recipe that came about later on for red alloy. What would I say? I needed 36 plates. They should start coming back into here. All right, so 36 red alloy plates. I'm also going to need 3 more calculation processors, which we do not currently have. We're going to run out of LV circuits again before too much longer. I'll just make another 8 of these actually for now. I was going to do 16, but I need to be a little sparing with the circuits at the minute. Okay, so 9 of these. Make 3 of those. Oh, am I going to need overflow destruction cards? Probably. Can I make them yet? Oh yeah, we can make them. I need more iron plates. Because we are going to have the sulfuric acid and the oxygen coming in the same interface, I think. So we can't have it filling up with one or the other. All right, so we need 3 more of these, which means we need another 12 energetic alloy plates. Am I going to have the fine red alloy wire? Yes, should do. Do I have an anvil here? I do. I don't. I'm pretty sure I've got one over here. I've probably got a bunch in the in here as well. All right, so we need 1 for oxygen. One for sulfuric acid, and 1 for... Oh, for crying out loud. Why does it keep doing that? Hold on. Why does it keep doing that? I highlight the whole thing, press 1 key, and then it does nothing. I need to actually delete it. That's kind of annoying. But anyway, there we go. Right, these need to be Polyethylene, we will probably not have to void the overflow of it. Oxygen, we do. It might be, but I've never had that issue in the past. I need to rename it as well now. God damn it. There's actually oxygen gas, not just oxygen. I do like to name these correctly. There you go. So oxygen gas. Sulfuric acid. And polyethylene. It should also be liquid polyethylene as well. Okay, we have storage for all those now. Right, let's put... I could probably get both of them in here. I don't know how I feel about that, though. I think we'll just put them over here instead. So that oxygen... Oh, have I got a way of importing this oxygen now? No, not really. Alright, we'll have to sort that out another way. Let's put that over there for now. Okay, so the oxygen, I've got to remember how we set this up. Basically, the way we got to the oxygen was electrolyzing glass dust. No, it was silicon dioxide we used, wasn't it? The silicon dioxide and electrolyzer gives us silicon and oxygen. Silicon dioxide we got from, yeah, centrifuging glass dust. Glass dust we obviously get from glass. How did I make the... How was I doing the glass? Oh, arc furnace for the glass, wasn't it? Okay, so... Where is the electrolyzer? Okay, so electrolyzer... Would have been centrifuge next, I think. Yeah, centrifuge next. That's turning the glass dust into silicon dioxide. Get the glass dust from the macerator. Get the glass itself from the arc furnace. Then interface will go there. So what are we actually going to need here? The arc furnace is going to make the glass. We may as well, at least for the time being, be sending the glass back into the ME system as well. So we are going to need to feed the glass back into the macerator. The macerator will just feed down into the centrifuge. The centrifuge should only give us... So the centrifuge should just give us the silicon dioxide, right? Yeah, so the centrifuge doesn't need a laser node. That will just push down into the electrolyzer, and the electrolyzer does need a laser node. Okay, cool. Okay, so we need to output to here just sand? Oh, sand and oxygen, technically. Not soft sand. Where the hell is the sand? There we go. Sand. Oxygen, which we won't have any in there at the moment. I need to feed this into it. You know, it's going to be the easiest way to do that. There we go. Right, so we've got oxygen in there. We need to put the gas. The hell did I do with the macerator? Hold on. I turned that round somehow. Oh no, I just clicked on the wrong face when I was doing the output, setting the output, wasn't I? That's right. Okay. So this will feed in. I guess we're going to have to filter this as well. Probably. Yeah, because we're only going to be semi-automating the sulfuric acid at the moment until I can get hostile neural networks set up so we can get sulfur from there. Yeah, okay. So we will filter this anyway, though, because we're going to need to do it later regardless. So we need to filter this for sand. And then we're going to need to do this and filter it for oxygen. And then we output from there back into the ME system. That will output the glass. Let's go and put that onto here. So into there. We're going to need to filter that for glass. Oh, I'm going to have to put a void upgrade on the glass as well, aren't I? I feel I can find a better way of doing it than that, but I don't think there's much we can do really until we get the emitters. And nothing goes into there, and the electrolyzer. We just need to output fluids and items, because it will also be outputting silicon. That means we need to input fluids on there as well, and then we just need to output from there. And output from there. Now, I also did not set the sides for any of these. Okay, that's fine. It's got the glass. Nothing else should be going into anywhere else. That's fine as it is. Okay, cool. And then we just need sort out the power. We may as well continue the same trend that we've had from these. And place that on there. Rotate it. I think those are close enough to connect. Yep. And then we just need a laser node on there. Put that up to there. Give it some power. There we go. Right. There we go. That is oxygen sorted. And we should be able to store a lot more than we had before. What was I using the conveyor for? Oh, that was to move the glass into the macerator, wasn't it? Let's put those away. Oh, wait, there's also going to be... Wait, there's going to be water output from somewhere, isn't there? Oh, no, that was from there, wasn't it? No, that's fine. Okay. So that is oxygen sorted. Get the sulfuric acid moved over. Apparently I forgot to move a bunch of laser nodes as well. That's fine. Right, so now we've just got to remember how we do the sulfuric acid. This one's actually pretty easy. It's basically just a bunch of chemical reactors. And then we just need to have our input on there for the sulfur for the time being. I would have preferred to have had this on 2 separate interfaces. Honestly, but we just don't have the resources right now to do that. So we're going to have to hook them up onto there. Wait, do I need a... Yeah, I do need a laser on all these, don't I? Basically, sulfuric acid is going to be... or a chemical reactor. Now we've got hydrogen sulfide, so sulfur trioxide and water. So we need to put water into the bottom. One sulfur trioxide is sulfur dioxide and oxygen. Sulfur dioxide is oxygen and hydrogen. So basically we also need to output water from here as well. Hopefully I filtered all my fluid inputs. I think that needs to be changed. Okay, so that's inputting that. We need this to input oxygen. You're going to have to do that on the upside, I think. And this is going to be feeding fluids downwards. That needs to input oxygen as well. That should be fine. I think I'm going to end up using that ULV conveyor on here, actually, to... Oh, hang on, never mind. I've got a pusher upgrade in there already. That's fine. Uh-huh. Okay, then all we should need to do is... output from there... into there. That should be fine. Right, so now all we need is sulfur, which we have not got a huge amount of right now. Oh, we've got a little bit, though. Let's make sure that is actually working. Oh, wait, hold on. What do we need for... circuit on there? Circuit one. I don't think the others need a circuit. Hold on. Did I fuck up here? Oh, it's circuit 2, isn't it? Not circuit 1. God damn it. There we go. Right. Sulfur dioxide. This is one that I'd love to be able to turn off, but just so we don't go through all the oxygen, but at the end of the day, it's not going to matter too much right now anyway, because we are essentially only semi-automating it. We are going to need the sulfuric acid in order to make polyethylene, I believe. And a whole bunch of other stuff. We need it at some point in polyethylene, and I can't remember what it's for. Hold on. So ethylene and oxygen. Yeah, ethylene is sulfuric acid and ethanol, isn't it? That's right. Okay. Whenever you play Greg Textile Packs, you end up with lots of things going short. You should plan better. I think that's a large part about what Greg Tech Packs are about, is the planning of it. That means we should now have sulfuric acid in there. And a whole bunch more here, which we are going to need to pump back into there. I think that, aside from the EBF, which is going to be nice and easy to move over, I think that's everything moved. Oh, no, the greenhouses. Oh, we don't need to worry too much about the greenhouses, though. We can move those later. They aren't strictly necessary at the minute. Let me out. Thank you. Alright, we will go and grab the EBF, though, and I think we'll just shove the EBF in here for now. Is there anything? Oh, we will need to move the pyrolyze oven as well, but that's going to be repurposed. Is it any quicker to break this stuff with the wrench? No. the way, when you were playing Technological Journey, Tribble, how far did you make it through? So that's Technological Journey is actually another pack I would love to go back with. Back to, rather. Actually, you know what? Let's put the EBF here. I'm going to have to redo the maintenance hatch as well, aren't I? I still need to fix all the problems then. Dang it. Okay, that's fine. I will need to get more conductive iron wire, though. Actually, you know what? Let's, rather than doing that, let's make this a little cleaner. Waiting on Curse Forge to open it. 112 packs I do find to be incredibly slow when it comes to opening them. Right, so should be able to do that. That. So technically, I'm trying to make sure I kind of I come off the kind of laser network from within the same chunk. I kind of feel like, actually, let's do that from here instead. There we go. We have an EBF, although a broken one currently. Can't remember exactly what we need, so I'm just going to grab everything. And there we go. All right, so we're up to 461 buckets of sulfuric acid, actually, already. That's not bad. Did I have any blaze? Oh, I have got 5 whole blaze predictions. Not overly useful right now, unfortunately. Okay, right. I think what I do actually want to make a few more while we're working on getting the hostile neural network stuff set up, which is what we're going to be doing now. I do want to make a few more prediction matrices. Means we are going to need a little bit more uraninite, which we do have. We just do another stack for now. I don't actually. Do we need the uraninite for anything else? Uranium hexafluoride later. No, we don't really need the uraninite for anything else. Let's just make a little bit extra then. Make 2 stacks. Couple of stacks of clay. I really am impatient. This feels like it takes way too long. Anyway, right. Hostile neural networks. While we're waiting on this, basically what I want to do is get these passived. The easiest way to do that is, well, the only way to do that is pulsating dust and clay. We're already making the clay at the moment. So we should have enough clay in order to do this and to keep it going, I hope. If not, we might have to... I guess if we don't, we can always set it... we could probably set this up so we've got an actual separate thing for making clay. We should have enough dust being made since we're not using a ton of it. Anything else. But we need to make clay, we need to make pulsating dust. In order to do that, we need to make resonant clathrates. In order to make resonant clathrates, we need quartz and we need resonant ender. Resonant ender we get from ender pearls in an extractor. And the ender pearls we get from hostile neural networks. So we need to kind of prime this a little bit first. So we need a decent Enderman data model. But from what I recall, 14% into the HVH, reasonably far then. Right, and a lot of the maths for this has already been done, but I still kind of like to do it myself anyway. If we look at simulating resources... Wait, hang on, processing lines is where it is. Yeah, it's basically got this whole setup. So basically, the Ender Pearls support the running of 6.2 other data models. So you have a self-aware Enderman data model, and then that will allow you to run 6.2 other data models off that one. I would like to have two setups of this. So basically, two Enderman data models, allowing us to run 12.4 other ones, or technically 12, I guess. 12.4 other things. So basically, we need to keep this... be able to keep this running so we can get two kind of setups worth of this. So just before the vacuum freezer. So, but basically, let's kind of do the maths on this, though. When we have some of this, in a second. If I remember rightly, each simulation takes... I can't remember if it's 10 seconds or 15. We can find out. I'll wait till it goes through again. Once it's got to 100%. I think 15 seconds. I'm actually not sure. Hold on. Not sure. Oh, that does still show up on there. I don't know how long this takes. Yeah, 15 seconds. Okay. Right, so we know each one of those runs 15 seconds. That means that we need one pulsating prediction matrix every 15 seconds per machine. So one of these takes 12 seconds. Oh, trying to do the maths for this today is not going to go well, is it? If we can make one of these every 12 seconds. Although we will be doing this slightly faster. We're going to do all the machines at MV just because it's going to be easier to... We can underclock them if we need to. But it's just going to be easier to do them all at MV just so we don't have to use different converters and what have you. But if we are... Say we run 2 of these at... Or 1 of these at MV. That'll give 1 every 6 seconds. So... Or 4 every 6 seconds. Or 1.5 seconds... per prediction matrix. I'm trying to figure out how we get to the maths of this then. So if we 1.5 seconds per prediction matrix, if they take 15 seconds, that means 10 of these, assuming this runs constantly. Which it probably won't. Okay, so how fast can we make the... How fast can we do the rest of this? The smelting we're probably going to do using furnaces. And powering them probably with sugarcane. So we might need to expand the sugarcane a little bit for that. Okay, the resonant clathrate, though, we can make 1 every 6 seconds. So we would need to overclock this. We can only make 1 every 6 seconds. That, and these take 12 seconds. We could run 2 of these. We could run through... we would need to overclock this, wouldn't we? Oh my god. Maths is hard. Especially when you're trying to do other stuff as well. But either way, that's going to take 6 seconds. These take 2 seconds. How often will we get ender pearls? I think that's actually going to be the limiting factor for us. So we can get 6. It's a 30% chance at self-aware. So, and it will run 15... once every 15 seconds. So basically... Hold on. Okay, so... I don't do this with music is really hard. My brain is just concentrating on the music. Okay, let's just say we'll get 1 prediction every, like 15. We'll get 30% of 1 prediction every 15 seconds. Basically, right? So... So we'll basically get 1 full prediction every 50 seconds. So we'll get 6 ender pearls every 50 seconds. I think my maths is right there. So basically you're getting 30% of 6 every 15 seconds. So 1.8 every 15 seconds. Oh, I don't freaking know. My brain is just melted at the minute. I was already doing that with the heat. This is the thing, like my brain, like when I've got lots of other things going on, my brain just goes round in circles trying to figure this stuff out. But anyway, let's just say I'm trying to figure out this out though. So I will figure this out and I will get this right. So every 15 seconds, you're going to get 30% of 6. So yeah, 1.8 every 15 seconds. roughly. The thing is, like, I don't actually technically need to do this. All the maths is done for us, or like in the, or at least bits of it are. I just like to figure it out so I know how to get to the right solutions later on for other things. But every 15 seconds, you get 1.8 ender pearls. Okay. So yeah, I was right. Like every 50, you're gonna get one prediction every 50 seconds, 6 ender pearls each prediction. So one ender. Wait, hold on. One ender pearl every 8.3 seconds, roughly, per loot fabricator. So basically, that slows this down slightly to 8.3 to 1 every 8.3 seconds. Because nether quartz shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, that should be 1 every 8.3, 1 ender pearl every 8.3 seconds. That means you're going to run... Where are we? This recipe every 8.3 seconds. So you get 4 pulsating prediction matrices every 8.3 seconds. Or 1 every 2.075 seconds. And that's where that comes from. So, and you can run, you need 1 every 15 seconds. So basically 15 divided by 2.075 is 7.2. One of those, which means that's how many you can run, how many models you can run off that. One of those is obviously taken up by the Enderman data model, leaving 6.2. It's actually 7.228915660, a longer number, basically. But yeah. So if we have 2 of those running, which is what I would like to do, I might need to expand on a few things though if we do that, like the sand production. We might need to expand on that. Guitar Lil and hello. How are we doing? Have I only been live 2 hours? Holy shit. Okay. So that's the general idea then. So what are we actually going to need? Hang on, let's clear all this lot out. We don't need that right now. So what are we actually going to need? This is what we're making. We're going to need an MV alloy smelter. In order to do that. We're going to need to make... Do I want to make the clay here? I think I do want to make the clay, like, in place rather than... taking the stuff that we're storing from here. Because I would need to go through again and see... Oh, wait a minute. Why have you stopped? Why have we run out of dust? Why am I... That's why we've run out of dust. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know why I was inputting cobblestone into there. I'm also inputting cobblestone into there. I could have sworn I said... Oh, shit. I know why. Because I went through, I'd forgotten to change the siding that it was working on. I forgot to change the side it was working on. So all I did was I came in and copied one of these after I changed it. And then pasted it, which also obviously pasted all of the filter settings. So I just broke everything. Yay. Well done, me. Balcony gaming and apple pie. That sounds pretty good, actually. Oh, that was dumb. There's always going to be like little teething problems with this. Oh, actually, this might be... You know what? I'm not going to store the clay. I'm not actually going to store the clay from here. I think we need that then. If we store the clay, this is just going to keep feeding through the dust, and we're not going to have any dust. But if we just let this back up here, and then we'll make the clay where we need it. We have got like 4.1k at the minute, so we should be fine. Hey, Eric. Now you're umpteenth try to get to Technium. Every time you start Techopolis, Kath manages to come and make you close it. Well, if he keeps offering you things like food and fun times, then it's gonna happen. We're gonna wait for this to sort itself out now. We didn't run out of sand as well, did we? No, at least we didn't run out of sand. We just ran out of dust. Okay. I do feel like we might need to expand on these, though. Which I'm not overly keen on, because it means we're going to have to add more power into there as well. The joys. Okay. So, that's actually a little concerning, though. To be fair, though, this is not going to be... I knew this was not going to be an overly efficient setup for now. Anyway, this was just supposed to get things started. So it's not too bad. Anyway, right. So we need the alloy smelter for this. We are going to need another chemical reactor for this. So we're going to need an MV chemical reactor for this part of the recipe. The pulsating dust, we are going to need a furnace. The furnace, we can probably... How quickly do we need... how often do we need... Or how often will we get the resonant clathrate? We said it was like 1 every 8.3 seconds, right? So 1 every 8.3 seconds, roughly. Or it'll be 2 every 8.3 seconds, so 4.15 seconds. How many ticks is that? 80? We could probably go with just a gold furnace for this. That should be fine. We just go with the gold furnace and we feed sugarcane into that. That should work just fine. So we go with the gold furnace for that. And then we are going to need another chemical reactor. So we're going to need 2 chemical reactors and 1 alloy smelter. Actually, no, I've just realized I'm doubling this up, aren't I? Let's not double it up for now. Let's just do the one for now. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's just make one of them, one setup for now. So we are gonna need a chemical reactor for that. We're gonna need an extractor for extracting from the ender pearls. Some of this we will underclock though, so it's not gonna be that much of an issue. The nether quartz, I think our best bet is probably just the glass. 4 glass, 1 nether quartz, easy enough. So we're going to need an MV electrolyzer as well. And then we're also going to need an MV arc furnace in order to make the glass. Okay, so go through this. 1 alloy smelter, 2 chemical reactors, an extractor, an electrolyzer, and an arc furnace. All right, so 6. Okay, and how much power is this going to take is the next thing. That's a good question. Okay, if we run that at MV, we may as well run that at MV. It's rather than LV. So that's going to be 28 EU per tick. The clay is going to be... We don't need to run this past LV, so we'll underclock this. So that's, what, 28 plus 15? 43? 43. This isn't going to take any power. This is going to take 43 plus 75. I'm going to get my calculator out for this. 118 EU per tick. What do we need an arc furnace for? Making glass. $118 EU per tick. The extractor. Again, we don't need to overclock that. Well, we can underclock it rather. So 118 plus 30. And then for the nether quartz, we only need one every 8.3 seconds. So again, we can underclock that. 148 plus 20. We are only going to need like 2 amps of MV for this. And then the arc furnace. Again, we aren't going to need to overclock this, so... Or we can underclock it even. 198 EU per tick is all this is going to take. Which is not a lot. So, I guess... Why is there no 2 amp MV converters? Alright, 4 amp MV converter. At least if we do a 4 amp MV converter, we can always... we can always add some more to this later if we need it. And we'll try and set it up in such a way that we can add more easily. Okay, so we're also going to need a one 4 amp energy converter as well. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 MV holes. Which is... I actually don't know. How many off the top of my head? What's 9 times 7? 63. So we're going to need 63 plates, which means we're going to need... This is why I want to be able to have request crafting for this. I don't have to do the maths myself. So 38 more plates. We're also going to need wrought iron. 14 of those. That's going to take a minute. We are going to need to make sure we have enough copper cables as well, which we absolutely do not. Where are we? Wires. Well, we should be able to get a little bit more copper now, since we have the spider predictions. Yeah, of course, we are, but we're not worrying about that straight away. I want to get more of the... I want to be able to get the basic resources before I worry about the power, because there's not much point in having more power if you haven't got the materials to make the machines to use it. So basically, I want to work on getting the basic materials coming in first, and then we'll worry. Then we'll and kind of improve the setup to add more of the shulker data models. I will start producing shulker data models and getting them up to self-aware, though. Just so we're ready for them when we need them. Because, to be fair, at the minute, I'm already making more power than I realistically need. At least at the moment. Obviously, that will change very rapidly, but at the minute, we're already making enough for about 4 or so amps of HV power, which right now, it's a reasonably decent amount. All right, let's put... I ran out of rubber. Well, I didn't run out of rubber. I just ran out of rubber in there. Okay, so alloy smelter. Oh, come on, bloody cupronickel. Always cupronickel. So this is actually the copper is actually the main reason I want hostile neural networks set up at the minute. I keep running out of copper, and I really don't want to go mining for it if I can help it. We do only need 8 cupronickel at the minute, though, so that's fine. We can manage that. What else do we need? Just MV circuits and more copper cables. Means we should have everything we need for the alloy smelter. Oh, I do need to put the furnace in here to make sure we don't forget to craft that as well. Chemical reactor. We have everything we need as well. Actually, we need 2 of those, don't we? So thankfully we have all of that as well. Extract. Oh, God. This is another reason I really need to get auto crafting set up so I can not have to manually craft pumps. Those are one of the few things that do get kind of annoying at the moment. Am I going to need any more than 1 pump for this? No. Also, it's really annoying not being able to put my GT tools in my storage. That is kind of irritating. Where's my extruder? But hopefully, by the end of the week, we will be able to actually start automating things and actually make things request craftable. At least that's the plan. It is nice to actually be making some progress again. Right, what else did I need? Pistons. We need another 3 plates and rods. Also, have we started backing up on dust again yet? Yes, we have. Good. So was the main thing you rushed was being able to request gears, rods from machines? See, that's why I kind of like having the setup that I've got here. Like, this is, for me at the minute, this is fine. You just put the basic materials in here, leave it, and then that's it. Then it's sorted. It will be nice to have that, the ability to just request them, though. There's the extractor. It's just 1 times wire, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I could even stop myself having to go all the way over there if I just replace those barrels with ender chests. And then just have some ender chests over here for each of the different things, and then just put the input items in. And then I'd never have to leave the actual terminal. I think I did that last time, actually, on my Monifactory playthrough. There we go, and we need 3 more aluminium circuits and some 4x copper cables. Actually, that's a good point. While we're not really doing much, where's my aluminium? While it's not being used for anything else. Oh. Let's leave some aluminium going. Oh, I do need the graphite dust as well. We should have... Yeah, we've got plenty of graphite. And there we go. Oh, right. We still need the... 4x red alloy cables. And we're going to need... 4 more of those as well. And I am probably going to run out of rubber in there again. We need... What do I need? Circuit. Oh, wow. I am down to my last 9 MV circuits at the minute, though, so... I don't think we need too many MV things for polyethylene, though. Although I think I might be wrong, so we might have to do another batch of circuits. Oh, we also need energetic alloy cables. And we do need another interface. We are probably going to need another interface for polyethylene as well. Right, let's set this up over here. For the time being. Alright, so... We'll go from left to right, I think, with the output being on this side. So the alloy smelter being over here. I can't put it on the floor, though. It's got to be put above the floor. It's got to be put up there. Okay, so that's the output. From going into that, we need clay and pulsating dust. I think we're going to run all the power along the side. Along the back, rather. And then we'll run... have lasers to the sides of everything. So the alloy smelter. So we're going to need... chemical reactor and a furnace coming off this. We had the chemical reactor. I want to do this in such a way that we can expand on it, and I don't know how we're going to do that easily. Like, so we can add additional chemical reactors, furnaces, like just basically build this up. The only way I can think we can do it is basically to separate everything. And I also just remembered that I have not made the furnace yet, have I? Right, where are we? Iron, copper. Probably get away with just silver, but I think I'd prefer to have gold there. I think, like, each step, if we just have each step We found 10 chunks for the technium. I would hope that's enough. I did mine in... Well, actually, no, I did mine in 10 as well. Didn't I? Yeah. I would hope that would be enough. I'm sure it would be. I guess we don't even need to have them. We can have those separate. Or sort of those right next to each other. Save a little bit of space. And then if we need to add furnaces on top of these... I kind of did that, except I did the copper... I did the machine in the middle, and then all the other items around the outside, I just kept the copper ingot and the copper rods in the same chunk, and then I had one additional chunk for lava production. And that's the way I did mine. I have no idea if the way I did it was any good or not, but it seemed to work. Right, where were we? Okay, so... we need the furnace for the pulsating dust, and then the clay, we just need dust and water. Those will be output from the interface. Pulsating dust, resonant clathrate. Resonant clathrate needs to be in one of the chemical reactors. The other chemical reactor will go there. If that's what it says, that's what it says. That's the way that's the way these things tend to work. You can't really fight against them. I'm not going to have enough space for all this. The extractor there. No, there's not enough space for all this to not to have it so... Basically, I wanted to make it so we could have it expandable, like, vertically. Like, if we needed to do more of anything, we just basically add machines onto the top. And then shift around the power going into them, but I don't think we can do that. Although that being said, like the arc furnace can produce 2 glass every... Where is it? 2 glass every half a second. So 4 glass per second. And we can only run 1 recipe every 8... And we need 4 glass to turn into 1 piece of quartz. And we only need 1 quartz every 8.3 seconds. So I think this is fine to just have... We'll only ever need 1 arc furnace. At least during this setup. If we change things around later, if we improve things later, we might need to do more then. But I think again with the electrolyzer, 2.5 seconds for 1 nether quartz. We need 1 every 8.3. We are going to underclock this initially. But if we need to add more, all we need to do is overclock it. Or I keep saying overclock. It's not. We're not overclocking it. We're just keeping it at the right clock speed. But yeah, I think the electrolyzer and the arc furnace can just be... We should just be able to deal with just 1 of each of these and not have an issue. If we do those... No, I can't put it on the floor. I've done it with other machines, but for some reason for this, I can't put it on the floor. I can't do it. But that should take care of all of the things we need for this. It could be made considerably more compactly, but I wanted to make it expandable. So if we just basically run this down the back of here. We might have to finish this in a minute, because I do need to go and take a break in a second. Nope, we don't need to attach. I guess we could put a factory upgrade on there. I guess for right now, we just put that there. Of course, my need for everything to be straight requires me to do this. Not that. Yeah, I've been kind of in the same boat with that. The black brick is like it's so slow compared to everything else. It just feels like am I missing something with the recipe? Like, is there an easier way to do this? Because I figured, like, my original plan had been to try and make one technium every 200 ticks, which is the length of the recipe. And then I realized if I wanted to do that, I think it was... I then changed from doing it to one every 400 ticks, so... like doubling the length of the recipe, or twice the amount of time for the recipe. But then I realized even for that, I would need 16 miners mining grout. And then in order to do it for the one every 200 ticks, it would obviously be 32 miners. So yeah, I kind of decided against that. Alright. Where are we going to put the interface here? We can't put it there. I guess this is the downside to not having the machines on the floor, is that I now have to have an extra laser node here. I can deal with that, though. That's fine. Scash, then you think it was too easy? Yeah, the cat. That I was thinking you were kind of doing like finding what I was finding, and that it was. It seemed excessively slow compared to everything else. All right, what do we need to output to this then? What actually needs to come out of here? Well, we need oxygen to go into the arc furnace. Oxygen to go into the arc furnace. Do I need any other fluids to be output? I don't think I do I? Oh, no, water. We need water going into the chemical reactor. We need to output oxygen and water. Hopefully we should be still making oxygen. I keep trying to use my my wireless terminal, then realizing I don't actually have one. It's weird that I keep trying to use it because I don't have a wireless terminal in any of the playthroughs I'm kind of playing at the moment. Right, okay. So... we do that for now. Yeah, so we got the oxygen going into there. Okay, so the other things we need to output are going to be... sand. Which is going to need to go into here. Sand's going to need to go into there. What's going into the electrolyzer? Oh, the glass is just going straight down into the electrolyzer, isn't it? Yeah, the glass is going down into the electrolyzer and turning into quartz. That's right. So if we set that on... We're going to have to set that on a separate channel. And I will filter it regardless. And then we will output from there. I think I am going to add at least a couple of overclockers into this. We could technically push this straight down into here. Honestly. Since we've said we're only pretty much only ever going to be having one of these. So we can actually get rid of those. There you go. That's making the quartz for us. Right. Let's go through actually and check what we can underclock at the minute, since we're only doing one of these. I don't really want to underclock that. The clay we can underclock. We 1 per second anyway. That's what's going to be in here. So if we underclock that to LV, we use a little less power. Speaking of which, we also need to output dust. This is the bit I'm a little concerned about at the moment, is whether we're going to have enough dust to keep up with this. I think we should. Is this will back up? So that's got the clay. That's being underclocked to LV. We can't underclock the chemical reactor. The extractor, I think we were going to underclock. There's only one every 2 seconds, so we can underclock that. What about the other chemical reactor? What do we use the other chemical reactor for? Oh, right, yeah, for this. Yeah, that can't be underclocked. The nether quartz, for the time being, can be underclocked, and I think the arc furnace can as well. Go. Okay. Oh, we also need to output sugarcane, don't we? We need to input the fuel on the right. We're going to have 2 cards for this, aren't we? We're going to have to do the input on the top as well. And input-output on the top, I guess. Should work. Right. So we need to output... Am I going to have enough output slots on here for this? We're also going to need sugarcane. The sugarcane, I'm actually unsure whether I want to do it this way or not. But we're going to need to filter that sugarcane. I think one thing I am going to have to do is probably that. Okay. Ender pearls are going to need to go in here. That will start extracting those. We can just push that straight to the side into the chemical reactor. We need to extract from here. We may as well keep this on channel 2. Insert into here. which we will filter again for quartz. I don't think we need to filter this, but I do like to make sure everything goes where it needs to. I'll put those into there. Quiet, hello. Are you home now? Are you done for the day? There is the resonant clathrate. The resonant clathrate can be extracted. And inserted into here from the top. Not today. I'm not sure where Zedek went today. He wasn't here, though. He went to a better streamer, no doubt. How you doing, Deadman? Right, that needs to be on there. Okay, that will... So that's feeding the pulsating dust into there. And I guess we need to filter this for... pulsating dust and clay. And then we extract from here. I'll go into there. Okay, and then we need to extract from here. Why are we not inserting into here? Because that's a fluid card, chatch. There we go. Hey, sheepy. Not better, just different. Debatable. I don't actually know where he went, but I'm going to assume they were probably better. Twatch. Wow, dead man. Okay. Anyway, we have pulsating prediction matrices automated. We do need to get a drawer for those. Means I need more spruce. You're here to bully? That's not very nice, is it? Alright, I'm not gonna, for the time being, I'm not gonna add a storage upgrade to that. Yeah, maybe not, dead man. I think I might avoid that one. Anyway, right, where were we? We were, Oh, I need to connect this to the storage, don't I? The actual controller. Right, and this should, as well, be nice and easily expandable. We just got to extract from there. And insert into there. We are now getting pulsating prediction matrices. Which we have a bunch here as well. Okay, right. That was actually a lot quicker than I thought it'd be. We should still have a few spider predictions here. I would not entirely agree with that, dead man. I mean, if you genuinely were trying to be mod, that would not be the way to do it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. There we go. Right, we have ourselves pulsating prediction matrices. This is coming in quicker than I was expecting it to. I do feel like this should have been further down here, though. I think I put these things in the wrong place. Oh, right, yeah, we ran out of ender pearls, didn't we? That needs to be... We need to get that set up. Actually, let's stop doing the spider data model for now. I put the enderman one back in for a minute. I am going to go and take a break in a second, and when we get back, we'll start making a few more simulation chambers, making sure that we have our enderman data model in one of them, so that we can... hold on, I need pulsating prediction matrices. So that we can continue to produce resources. Anyway, guys, I am going to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours just to stretch my legs and get myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. If you have meds to take, make sure you take those. But I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I'll only ever run these during the break, though. So you shouldn't miss anything. All right. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. All right, where were we? We were doing stuff. Yeah, Dust's doing just fine. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's not going to be able to, because these are 2048 FE per tick, we're not actually going to get enough power into it to make it run consistently. So we're going to have to power that slightly differently. One thing I do want to work out, actually, is how many of the simulation chambers we can run off each loot fabricator. Because normally, I think the simulation chamber, I believe, takes 3 seconds process. So normally, you could run 5 self-aware data models through a single loop fabricator before it kind of starts getting kind of oversaturated. But that's when they run it, when the self-aware ones are like 100% chance at a prediction. This is only a 30% chance at a prediction of self-aware. So you are only getting 1 prediction every 4.5 seconds. No, that's not right. 1 prediction every 50 seconds. Per thing. Per simulation chamber. Divide that by 3. You could run about 17, like 16 and a half of them off one one flue fabricator. I don't think we need to worry too much about that then. Right, what we are going to have to do, though, is move this. We may as well just put them over here, I think. Let's get rid of that and that for now. And we will probably power these by, like, directly rather than through GT cabling. Put loop fabricator there. That's there. We are going to need another interface, however. Which I don't think we have what we need for. We're not missing as much as I thought, though. We're going to need, what, 9 plus 5, 14? Aluminium plates. Once we've got this kind of sorted out, we'll start looking at doing the polyethylene. Oh, also, before I go any further as well, I do want to make sure we are keeping up with the sugarcane at the minute. We appear to be. Which is good. Those do look incredibly bright from here, don't they? We are chats. Was that in the same vein as 300? That we are Spartans thing. I honestly don't really remember that film very well. Anyway, right. We should have what we need aluminium-wise. I should have put some wrought iron through there as well. I'm actually going to just do a stack of wrought iron plates now. What are we up? Ah, see that? I'm less familiar with that. I was never a huge Star Trek person. There we go. There we go, right. One more interface. I'm actually going to need another one of these as well, actually, now that I think about it. I'm still trying to press 5 to go into my wireless terminal. But I don't yet have. I'll be a bit lucky for the moment. Your brain's being mean. Oh, and hopefully it stops being mean soon. There we go. Oh, can I make limited item filters? Or is it counting filters? Yeah, counting filters. Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Let me also make a few more glass panes. Wait. I swear I was keeping up with the cobblestone before. Apparently I no longer am. Okay, that's a concern. Okay, hold on a minute. We do have one more igneous extruder we can use here. Next thing after this is going to be... We might have to make some more components for these. Terms of A or B? B. Oh, I don't actually know where the nearest lava is now, either. Wait, what were you using hot water for? Oh, is this in, Techopolis? Ah, right. I'm assuming the other option was lava. What am I missing? Where are my lasers? Ah, there they are. I would probably go with lava, honestly. Had I known the choices, I would have suggested lava. Speaking of lava, I don't know where the nearest lava source is to me now. We're in the middle of an ocean. Where am I going to find lava in the middle of an ocean? Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what would be... Let's go and fly over here. You know what would be a good idea? If I just fill a tank with lava. Can you convert magma blocks to lava? In this or in Techopolis? Wait. Hold on, where? Ah, there they are. Wherever you couldn't find lava? Oh, no, it's just good, like, whether I had any lava, like, anywhere close by that I could just grab a bucket of. I literally just really need just one bucket at the minute. But we may as well grab a little bit extra while we're doing it. We don't actually need a lot of lava at the moment. Just to run the igneous extruder. Ow. Fire hot. Anytime you want to put yourself out, that would be great. Thank you. That'll do for now. It's only 16 buckets, but we only need one at the minute. Eternal Flame, that's me. There we go. And then... I don't even know if this is going to be enough. I honestly don't think it will be. Well, that's building up now, but I don't think it's still don't think it's going to be enough. Okay, I'm going to have to make some more components. Fuck. Oh, I didn't want to have to do this. Attempted to use laser IO to extract and insert power from two Ender-IO capacitor banks. Have you set the input and output sides on the capacitor bank? There's a subreddit called Confusing Perspectives or Confusing Perspective Deadman. That would fit really well on there. I would honestly do the input and output on in two separate locations. Internal. It just makes it a little easier. We might be able to have a look later on, though. Check out that subreddit if you haven't already, Deadman. There's loads of them on there. I can't believe I'm out of cobblestone. Of all things. Right. So we're going to need to make a bunch more of these then. Okay. So, electrical steel gears. If we make 5 of these, that's actually not going to be that bad, is it? Not really. What's 4 times 5? 20. Right, so 5 of those. Double invar plates, which means we're going to need 20 invar as well. I am going to do these just as regular plates and then hammer them. Just because it takes it should take considerably less time. And we're also going to need 20 invar screws. Which we'll do once this is finished. About the fine red alloy wire. Are we going to have enough? Just. We are, for once, not going to be one short. What's the thread called? It's not a thread, it's an entire subreddit. Hold on. Close, Squire. Alright. I need an hammer. That actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Right, that should double the amount we get out of there, or at least speed them up. Still don't have any cobblestone yet, though. It's still not enough. How is it that I was not having this issue at the old base? I guess it's because we were backing up on the gravel and the sand and the dust. Whereas we're not now, we're voiding excess. If I haven't got any cobalt brass to upgrade them any further either. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Have we got a better way of actually making cobble yet? Rock breakers, maybe? The only problem is powering them is going to be a bit of a pain. I'm going to assume you can't waterlog the GregTech cables. How are you doing? Sorry, I almost missed you, I do apologize. How's your head today? Why not try and find out? Because even if we if they are, even if they are able to be waterlogged, it's not necessarily going to be a good thing. I feel like this does need extra one of those. I'm going to need to make more cobalt brass, aren't I? 100%, but damn sight better than yesterday. I'm glad you're better, at least. Or at least a little bit better. Ah, fuck's sake. That cobblestone situation is actually a little concerning. These are using...
I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Feel better soon. Right, these are using one every 0.5 seconds, right? Yeah. So we're using three every 0.5 seconds. That's actually a lot of cobble. We need one every 0.16666 seconds. There's not really any great ways at the moment. The rock breakers are every 0.8 seconds. One of the problems I have at the minute is I don't know how fast this is actually going. This is kind of the problem. It doesn't actually tell us how long it takes. Alright, we're going to have to make some more cobalt brass and upgrade those, things. Alright, what do we need for cobalt brass? Because we definitely do not have... We've actually got more left than I thought. Hold on. Are we going to have enough? How much do we need for this? We need 8 for each one. 5 times 8, 40. Oh, we've actually got enough. Okay, never mind. We're good. We are fine. Hey, Tyler. How's it going? It's going all right. I'm a little bit on the warm side, but I'm good. All right, then we just need 8 electrum, so another 40 electrum as well. We do not have the electrum. I'm less worried about using a lot of the materials now, since hopefully before too much longer we will be able to... wait, is this still... Why is this still going? Oh, it's still making just nether quartz, isn't it? We should be able to have most of the materials available to us without too many issues. At least the basic materials. And I am, again, going to do these just as plates and then manually turn them into double plates. It is a little... It really is. It's been horrible the last few days. And the closest we have to AC here is... I've got the window open. That's about as good as it gets. That is using all of them, isn't it? Oh, yeah, for some reason Electrum's a lot slower than everything else. Not entirely sure why, but... Yeah, we can keep up with 2 of those. Why does that feel like it's going way too quickly, though? Because even, like, underclocking to ULV does nothing, because overclocking from ULV to LV does nothing. Yeah, that is definitely a perk. I guess, like, you're more used to kind of warmer weather over there in a lot of places anyway. Not everywhere, but so, like, AC is a lot more kind of prevalent and a lot more widely used. Hey, Blue. Alright, what was I doing? I was waiting on those. Do I actually have hardened glass? Yes, we do. Beautiful. How are we doing for the electrum plates? We are doing just fine. I haven't got a hammer in there, though, have I? Actually, can I take that hammer out? I can. I don't know. What I don't get is why sometimes when I put the tools in there, I can't take them out again. It won't let me take them out. At least not from, obviously, from the... from within the terminal. Alright, that should be everything. I don't even know if this is going to be fast enough, honestly. I also don't know if there's any other augments we can add into these. Okay, there we go. That's doing 2 for each one. Oh, there we go. That's much better. That's more like it. Now we can actually get some cobblestone coming back in again. 71 Fahrenheit here. I'm not sure what it is. It's not too bad here. But the thing is, you can't just base it on the temperature where you are. Because it's also the humidity plays a huge part in it as well. And obviously, having AC or not plays a huge part in it. We are currently at 72, so roughly about the same, Tyler. We're about the same over here. We just apparently suck at dealing with the heat. So... Oh my god, hurry up. We need a little bit more in here. We are starting to gain cobblestone now, though, so that should be fine. You're only at 18, 22 would be awesome. Hey, how about we switch then? I would rather have the 18 than the 22. Alright, what do I need? Observers. Because we need to make a few of these. Actually, I would prefer a lot more than that, but that will have to do for now. Alright, so where... Oh, never mind. Inventory. We'll say, where are my laser nodes? This is online. We need to send pulsating prediction matrices. And we need to insert into here. No point in keeping them fully stocked with these. It's just like absolutely no point in doing that. And then we put... Oh, right, hold on. We've also got to... How are we going to do this? It's actually going to be an interesting one. I'm not going to get the power into these. Like, I know how I can do it, but if I want to keep the power on a separate network to every other laser network, that means I need to get some kind of power buffer in here between... No, I want it on a completely separate network. Internal. The whole point of me setting things up like this was so everything is kind of compartmentalized. Like everything has its use, and the laser net, the network for the transferring the power, that network will only ever transfer the power, which means we can't connect it to this and transfer stuff from these. Well, capacitors. Well, that's what I'm thinking. But the capacitors going to have enough of an output if we just have a single one? It doesn't tell us what the input outputs are for the capacitors anymore. I don't know if it tells you... Oh, plus we'd have to go through and make the vibrant crystals and everything else, which I don't know if I can be bothered to do. But, like, I'm not saying that I don't know... Like, whenever I say stuff like this, I'm not saying I don't know how I can fix it. I'm just saying I don't know how I want to fix it. That's generally the case. I want something... Because we're going to need something that has a decent output amount. Because if we have a single... Because if we're running, say, 10 different data models of this eventually... 35k per block in the multi-block? Is that the old values or the new values, Blue? Was that old Ender IO or new Ender IO? I know that's what it used to be on the old ones, but it's changed now. The whole of Ender IO has changed, hasn't it? And it's kind of useless now, honestly. The only other way I could think to do this is overly excessive and basically having a separate set of laser nodes along the side. Just hooked up to the power network. Honestly, I think that might be the way we do this. At least for the time being. I like to keep these things separated, so... That's really the only other option. At least the only other option that I'm willing to do right now. Like, I don't want to spend ages making a capacitor bank. When it's still a pain in the ass to make them. Right, how are we going to get this over to here? Of course it's not one block further over. That would have been useful. That's annoying. Okay. Okay. We put that into there. Because the thing I'm concerned about is if they have dropped the amount that these can output per block, then if we have a lot of energy intensive data models in there, then it's going to cause problems. But we'll see. This should work. It's not an ideal situation, but it should work. Oh, I am going to have to get storage drawers and a void upgrade for each of the various types. Yeah, now we're getting cobblestone. Okay. We do not have a void upgrade. Yeah, that should already be connected to it. So all we should need to do is insert into here. We're going to have to filter that though, aren't we? I'm assuming these are all still just tagged as prediction. So insert into there, and we extract from here on pink. And then we're also going to have to do another extraction on here to output the generalized predictions. Right, you should be pulling out of there and pushing into here. You might do if I actually set you to extract. Okay, set that to ender pearls. And then we extract from there. And there we go. We're now just going to wait until this gets up to self-aware. And that should keep things running nicely. I'd like to make a few more of the simulation chambers. The very least one for copper. What are we going to be missing with this stuff? Pulsating meshes. Ah, that's one thing I did need the pulsating dust for, wasn't it? Which we do still, thankfully, have some uraninite. So we can use that. Okay. What else do we need? Dark steel machine holes, which means we need more dark steel. Which we make with obsidian and steel. We should be able to get obsidian dust actually quite easily. Since we have these. For right now, we'll use obsidian dust. Yeah, the one time these are going to become awkward is if we start needing, when we start needing to have different things from each of the various predictions. Right, I'm going to do 2 stacks. We should have 2 stacks of obsidian dust. But it was a 1-to-1 ratio, right, for dark steel? Yeah. Once we've got a few more of these set up, we'll start working on the polyethylene setup. That will probably take a little bit longer than what we're currently doing. Oh, we've got our electron there as well. The dark steel is going to take a little while, though, by the looks of things. Okay, we are going to need to make some LV holes in the meantime. If we just set up for another... Well, each Enderman data model can run 6.2 additional ones. So if we just make another 6 simulation chambers... We need 54 steel. I'm going to need to make some more steel soon, aren't I? Wait, hang on, 9 times 6? Yeah, 54. Yeah, we're going to need to get some more steel soon. We are going to need some more tin cables as well. Skywell? No! I mean, if it is, it's a very weird Skyworld. How you doing, Reese? Also, I want to go and check on how our power's doing as well. Okay, most things aren't really doing a great deal at the minute. Like they're using the bare minimum. It's all being done with like just these single ones. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we're not transferring enough steam. Like, even with the tier 4 extraction upgrade, that's still not sending enough steam. Doesn't feel right, but I guess it is. Apparently the capacitor bank can do its entire capacity in 1 tick. Yeah, that seems a little weird. As is the fact this, like, how... I guess we're going to have to upgrade these to the ender fluid conduits then. Wasn't expecting that to be an issue, but that's fine. Oh, we've got a few quests to claim as well. Compacting drawers. And where are we? MV chemical reactor. Ender fluid are faster, yeah, but not by huge amounts. Like ender fluid ones, the base transfer rate is 200 millibuckets per tick. Let's just search for conduit. And the pressurized ones are 100. What I don't get, though, is that apparently the extraction speed upgrades are supposed to be just add a flat rate to them. To the extraction speed. And I don't know. That seems weird to me. Because it means they're less useful. Yeah, the faster the speed, the less useful they are. So I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't understand how anything in Ender.io works now. There's no documentation for it, and there's no... It's all changed from the way it used to be, so there's no kind of like precedent for it. It's really annoying. V, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it, man. How are you doing? How's your, how's TFG going? We don't really have too much of a choice at the minute, Reese. Overclocker upgrades for laser nodes are expensive. Cold showers fab, but hot again now. That'll happen in hot weather. They won't be able to transfer as quick as we're going to need it, no. I mean, the pipes will probably transfer as quick as we need it. The problem is extracting to the pipes. I don't know if... Actually, that's a good point. Will the boilers auto-push into a connected pipe? If so, that would probably be a better option. What can we actually make fluid pipe-wise at the moment, though? Steel through fluid pipes, 300 millibuckets per tick. See, again, I don't know what's going to be better for us at the moment because we haven't... We don't know how much we're transferring now. Can we make what's in pipes? Oh, we can, but they're not anywhere near as good. There's no point doing quad steel fluid pipe. What the quad steel fluid pipes are basically just for moving multiple fluids at once. So the quad steel fluid pipe will just still transfer 100 millibuckets per tick. It'll just transfer 4 different fluids. I mean, the large steel pipes are 600 millibuckets per tick. I don't know, Reese. I don't know if it will only fill one quarter of that pipe with one fluid and then stop accepting more of the same fluid. I don't know how I don't know how that would work. I don't think it's worth making one to find out either. At this point. So what about I'm assuming... Well, the normal aluminium fluid pipes are 600 millibuckets per tick, so we can quite easily make a few of those. And we can see... I mean, if chat wants to test it in creative, they are more than welcome to. Right, we only need 3 technically at the minute, but we'll wait till we've got a few more. Because if it works, we can transfer them all over. And then we don't have to worry so much about fluid transfer rates. Right, we should get 10 out of this. Which won't be enough to change all of the fluid pipes over, but... Let's see. It's not transferring anywhere near as much. That's not transferring 600 millibuckets per tick, I'm telling you now. That's clearly not working. It was worth a shot. Maybe if we had a pump of some description on there, it might work a little better, but... Wait. Now it's transferring enough. I love Ender.io. It's great. They're both running at full capacity. I have no idea. I'm not going to question it. Absolutely, they're like that's obviously why they're doing it. They're clearly not doing a very good job, but that's probably why they're doing it. All right, we're making. I said I was going to make 6 more, well, 5 more. No, 6 more data, 6 more simulation chambers. So we need another 54. Dark steel sheets. To be fair, I don't think that's it being buggy. I think it's just kind of weird with the distribution of it. I don't know, it's strange. Anyway, right, where were we? We were making more thin wire, weren't we? Because we need simulation chambers. Oh, we're making 6 more, not 5. Means we do need a few more tin cables now, which we have. Right, 5 of those. And then we should just need... Oh, I made too many dark steel plates, didn't I? I didn't need as many as that. I made enough for like 9 for each one. Because that's how many plates we'd need for the LV holes. Or any of the holes, really. So we have slightly too many, but that's okay. I can live with that. Okay. Anyway, we're going to need 20 pulsating meshes, which means we're going to need 80 pulsating dust, which I think we have. We're going to need 80 string. Do I have 80 string? Yes, I do. And we've definitely got the coal dust. Grabbing some noms. Enjoy. I'm actually getting hungry now. I didn't have time to have lunch before I started. I just had a packet of crisps. I did have leftover curry for breakfast, though, which was nice. Alright, so what else do we need for this? In fairness, the only reason I had the leftover curry was because I passed out last night before I had a chance to actually eat. Right, we are running out of LV circuit. We're running out of all circuits again at the minute. We need to do a batch craft of them soon. Batch of chicken pasta salad. That sounds pretty good, actually. How's my day been? Not too bad. I've been awake since like 3 o'clock this morning. Played a bunch of Civ Tech Ages. That's been about it. Watched Ziddick this morning. Oh, I made enough for 5 and not for 6. I needed 6, didn't I? Crap. So for that I need another 16 of these. Wait, what are you jealous of? I'm kind of curious about that. Watching Ziddick this morning? Yeah, I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. I passed out a little while, like not long after the stream yesterday, or a few hours after the stream yesterday, I think it was. I'm going to need to make some more laser nodes as well, aren't I? Oh, did we ever figure out whether laser nodes can connect to conduits? Nah, I didn't think so. Yeah, my sleep is definitely nothing to be envious of. Horrified by, maybe, but not envious. Wait, did I only make... Oh. For some reason, why did I have in my head, for, like, everything here that I was only making 5 of these and not 6? Like when you go to bed at like 7 a.m., wake up at 3. I tend to like when... Well, I tend to sleep when my body lets me. That's pretty much it. But I like it. I do like it when I wake up just like a little while before my stream. That way, I tend to be... Oh, shit. My most awake during the stream. Yeah, see, this is why I don't put my wrenches in here. I can't get it out now. I've now got to try and find it in all this lot. There it is. Yeah, it's nice when I can kind of just wake up a few hours before, like an hour or so before the stream, give myself time to wake up, have something to eat. And then I'm usually my most awake and active at those times. Yeah, you can say that from experience now as well, after staying with us for how long? How long were you staying with us for? It was a while. I need to make more steel, don't I? Wait, was it... It wasn't 3 months, was it? I thought it had been like a month and a half. I didn't realize it had been that long. Jesus. Yeah, I don't get why the wrench gets stuck either. I'm guessing it's something to do with durability. Like the similar thing used to happen when you used to put like danks into your ME system in like 112. Like you wouldn't be able to pull them out again for some weird reason. I don't know why it happens. It's really odd. I need to change my input and output buses on this. Although the problem is if I do that, then it's going to be a little weird having the processing there. Not that we're doing a lot of ore processing at the moment, but... Alright. Where were we? What were we doing? What was I doing? We got this done so quickly after the thing, and then now we're just kind of... I was hoping to get on to making the polyethylene and getting that done. Taking a little bit longer than I anticipated. Get things sorted out. Well, that should be enough for now. This really is overkill with the laser nodes, but I do like to keep things separate. Alright, so... Oh, the other downside to this is I am not going to have enough energy cards. I'm going to need to make a bunch more of those as well. I'm pretty sure we're not going to have enough tin plates for what I want to do as well, so let's make some more tin. We're not actually gaining any pulsating prediction matrices here, are we? But I feel like we're really not getting enough ender pearls out of this. I mean, it's only a 14% accuracy at the moment, but it feels like we're really not getting many at all. Like, could somebody remember 412 pulsating prediction matrices, by the way? Somebody remember that? Hey, Life. How you doing? Alright, just gonna have to... Oh, I'm gonna need so many more item ones as well. I'm just gonna have to do all of this through. Turn into item cards. Okay, just super tired. Yeah, I can relate. I can very, very much relate to that. Right, we need tin plates as well. I may as well do a couple of stacks. We're definitely dropping prediction matrices, but then again, we will do... We probably are going to for a while. We need this to get to self-aware. That's actually one of the changes that is coming in the future, I think, is that they will be changing it so all of the data models start as self-aware. At least that was mentioned. I don't know whether or not it will actually happen. It was mentioned in one of the Money Mondays things. So why are we not getting the pulsating iron plates, though? Oh, because it's still going through the tin, because for some reason, tin takes forever to process. Once we do get a prediction, though, it's 20. We'll get 24 of the predictions in. On the plus side, at least we don't have to wait for nether quartz anymore. We're slightly backed up a little bit on that. And the same with pulse. Wait. Shit! That's why we're not getting any in. God damn it. Because I've completely forgot that was going to be a thing. Oh, there we go. At least we should be getting some more in now. Which is nice. We're still not up to the pulsating iron plates yet, though. I need more. Actually, it doesn't matter too much right now anyway, because this is still pretty low in terms of how often it's coming through. What do we need for copper? It was the spider data model, right, for copper? Also, one thing with shaders, for some reason, it makes certain things in here incredibly dark. Like look how dark that looks if we compare that to without shaders. Like, I don't know why it's affecting JEI, or EMI. Yeah, I'll go with spider predictions. Go to that. Okay. Although we do need to grab that and that. I would like to see if I can make one more card cloner. Perfect. Yeah, starting them as self-aware would be incredibly nice. It would just save a lot of hassle with waiting for things like that to kind of get up to full speed. Right, we're only up. We've still got 3 more to go on the top of there. If we put that in there. Oh, did I make a void upgrade for this yet? Yes, I did. Good. Okay. I do actually want a storage upgrade in there as well, because these are actually really useful for XP. Anyone who didn't know, apparently a few people didn't know you can do this, but if you are struggling for XP in this pack, you can eat the prediction, the generalized predictions for XP. And you do get slightly more for the various ones. So 25 for extraterrestrial, 20 for hellish, and I'm assuming 15 for these. 10. Even less. So yeah, you do get slightly more. The better the generalized prediction. Right, I'm gonna go and get copper. Right now we're at 427. All right, that's starting to come in now. Let's look at what we need to do for what? Polyethylene. Because polyethylene is what we need to work on next. So basically what we need is oxygen and ethylene. We can do it with air. And I would honestly, I'd be tempted to do it with air for now because gas collectors are very cheap and you can get a shitload of air. The only downside is you make less per 144 millibuckets of ethylene. You only make 144 millibuckets of polyethylene compared to the 216 millibuckets if you use oxygen. And polyethylene is incredibly important. The only downside is oxygen production. I don't know if it is enough to keep up with it at the minute. So I might make an air collector for now. And then we'll go from there. So if we assume this one, either way, we need ethylene. Hey, Era, how's it going? To make ethylene, we need sulfuric acid, which at the moment we still don't have fully passived. It's kind of semi-automated right now, but that's fine. It does mean we can limit the amount of like oxygen use if we do go with that. But we are making sulfuric acid, and we also need ethanol. Ethanol is made in a distillery. We will basically be using biomass, 1 bucket of biomass to turn into 600 millibuckets of ethanol. Actually, let's go back, and then ethanol, and then biomass. Biomass we will be making in the pyrolyze oven using biochaff and water. 4 buckets of water will give you 5 buckets of, and 4 biochaff will give you 5 buckets of biomass. To get the biochaff, we need 2 plant balls. That will give us 1 biochaff. Unfortunately, we don't get any of the additional ones until we get to HV. Which is a bit of a shame, but it's fine. To get the plant balls, we can basically use compressor. I think that's the way we normally do this. And we just feed this sugarcane. We can get a whole bunch of these on a single amp of LV. That's our process for making this. So we're going to be needing more sugarcane. I might have to expand our sugarcane farm a little bit. But I don't think that's going to be overly difficult to do. Just hopping onto Forza while lunch cooks. What's for lunch today? Because I'm not hungry enough already. This again, we're not going to worry about making this efficient. We're not going to do the maths for all of this. But basically, I think we're just going to have like probably 8 compressors. Probably not 8 compressors because there's going to be a lot of circuits. Maybe if we just go with 4 compressors for now. Fish sticks. Good choice. As long as you're having them in a sandwich. That's the way to go with it. Anyway, yeah, so we need a bunch of compressors. Compressors will then go into a macerator. We will probably just have a... Actually, we will do a little bit of maths for this. We'll just have a single macerator. The macerator can So we need two plant balls every 10 seconds. This will give you one in 15 seconds. Or if we got 4 of these, it will give you one in, what, 3.25 seconds? Yeah, so 4 of these should easily feed one macerator. The macerator will produce 1 biochaff, so we're going to be able to get one of these recipes basically every 40 seconds. Which is fine because this takes 45 seconds. And then I'll give you... Then we need the pyrolyzer oven. We already have the pyrolyzer oven back at the old base. We can actually lower it down so we only got 1 LV input in there since it's only taking 10 EU per tick anyway. In fact, we can do most of this at LV. I think there's only one thing we can do that we need to do at MV. And then the ethanol, which is the one thing we need to do at MV. Needs to go into an advanced distillery. That will... Yeah, 3.2 seconds. We're getting 5 buckets every 45 seconds, so that'll be fine. And then from there, we go from the ethanol. Ethanol will go into a chemical reactor along with sulfuric acid. That will give us ethylene. The only downside to this is we are going to get diluted sulfuric acid back, which we then have to deal with the diluted sulfuric acid. Which is fine, because it means we do get some of the sulfuric acid back. I think it's like 60% of it or something like that. 66-ish% of it back. So that's actually not too bad. And then from that we get the ethylene. The ethylene then goes into another chemical reactor. No, wait, it does, but where is the right recipe? Hold on. Another MV chemical reactor. Honestly, wait. I didn't realize the actual polyethylene recipe was only LV. Interesting. There's only one part of this that needs to be MV then. I think what we'll end up doing is just having a single MV 1 amp converter for the distillery. And that should be fine. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're actually gaining prediction matrices. Perfect. So in that case, we can actually put a few more of these things in here. What did we get from the... What were we getting from the witch? Oh, that was for the glowstone, was it? What about the skeleton? What are we getting from skeletons? Tin. Okay, perfect. We do want to put a skeleton in there as well, because I'm a little short on tin as well. So if we put that in there... We just need to wait until we get one of the predictions in there. Am I going to need to worry about making any more circuits before we do this? I don't think so. I think we're going to be okay. What we do want, though, is more steel. Okay, so we need to make... We said we're going to do 4 compressors, 1 macerator. What else do we need? 4 compressors, 1 macerator. I think we're going to stick with the oxygen for now and hope that we've got enough. If we start losing oxygen, we'll switch over to using air instead and make an air collector. We've got the macerator. The distillery will make the ethanol. We need a chemical reactor. Oh, we do need an MV chemical reactor as well, actually. Now that I look at it. To make the ethylene. And then the liquid polyethylene can just be done in an LV chemical reactor. This is going to be somewhat awkward, actually, isn't it? The move is basically complete. There's still a few things left at the old base. But most things are now done. And we've got the basics, the basic hostile neural network set up. Somewhat passive now. I'm just waiting on skeletons. Yeah, we've set up the pulsating prediction matrix automation. So we're doing all right. There we go. Perfect. And in a minute, we're just working on figuring out polyethylene. The main thing I'm struggling with at the minute with polyethylene is deciding whether to go with just all MV machines and underclock them. But that will mean having to make a bunch more MV circuits. Or whether we go with a mixture of LV and MV and then have a bit of cable spaghetti. I don't really like, but actually, come to think of it, for the ethanol and the ethylene, yeah, they're both about 1 amp. So if we just do 2 1 amp converters, we do 2 1 amp converters, that's two circuits. Plus we need 2 for the distillery and 2 for that. So if we've got 6 MV circuits left. We've got 8. Okay, right, we'll do it that way. We'll just do 1 amp converters going directly into each of the chemical reactors. Or the chemical reactor and distillery, the 2 MV machines, and then we'll just use however much we need for the other ones. Just prepping spaghetti so that works. I like spaghetti the food. I don't like spaghetti the when it comes to piping. Okay, so we're going to do 4 compressors, right? Hang on, wait. If we're doing 1 macerator for this, we said we needed 2 plant balls every 2 seconds or 1 every 5 seconds. Can we do that with 3 compressors? Like, what is the minimum amount of compressors we could do that with? One every... Wait. We said 1 every 5 seconds, right? I think. That gives us 1 every 15 seconds. Wait, was that right? Hold up. Yeah, 1 every 5 seconds. Oh, yeah, so we can do 3. 3 compressors. 1 macerator. Because these take 15 seconds to make 1, so... Maths is nice and easy. Cable spaghetti is also no fun. It's no fun and doesn't have a huge amount of nutritional value. It's definitely best to avoid it. Go with real spaghetti. Yeah, okay, so 3 compressors. That's what, 6 EU per tick. 1 macerator, it's going to be another 4 EU, so that's 10 EU per tick. And then from there, it goes into make the biomass, which is another 10 EU per tick. That's what, 20 EU per tick? Okay. Are we going to be able to run this off a single amp of LV? Surely not. And then if we do the LV, the polyethylene in an LV one as well. No, 20. Okay, so 2 amps of LV. So we are going to need a 4 amp converter. I think Tribble just likes the taste banana. I don't think nutritional value comes into it. But it does look like we are going to need a 4 amp LV converter, which is a little bit annoying. I would have liked to have done it on a single amp, but doesn't make that much difference in the long run. Okay then, so we need 3 compressors, 1 macerator, 1 chemical reactor, all LV. That's 3, 4, 5. Plus the converter, 6 LV holes. 16 amp cables is just excessive though. To med, it's like it is literally just a waste of resources. You gain absolutely nothing from doing that. Especially if you have kind of compartmentalized setups, like I have. Like I send everything to a converter and then just have a converter that matches what I need. All your machines are usually on one line? I mean, are we talking like literally every machine? Like, do you not have like production lines set up for things? Like things like we've got for this here. This is one production line purely for making pulsating prediction matrices. This is all kind of one compartmentalized thing. Like, you couldn't run every single machine you had on a 16 amp cable. It just would not work. It's okay for things like this, for like the kind of, I guess, like incidental kind of machines where you're just going to use them for one-off things. But when you're setting up production lines, it doesn't really work that well. At least not in my experience. Limited as it is. How are we doing for... Yeah, we're definitely gaining pulsating predictions now. Actually, I think we can add more things onto here. What do we get from creepers? The coal. Ooh, coal. We don't really need coal that much at the minute. I feel like I want to do the blaze prediction. But another 1024. We don't really need the blaze prediction. We don't really need many at the minute, honestly. Gold would actually be a pretty decent one to do, come to think of it. Gold, silver, nickel. There's actually so many we need to do. We just need to make sure... Oh, actually, no. What we do need to do, before I do anything else, is get the shulker predictions going and actually being made self-aware. I might need to go out and get more uraninite, you know. I may actually need to go and get more uraninite. Or just buy it. Alright, anyway. We need to make these quickly. Which means we do need more electrical steel. In Monimon, is it all predictions? Yeah, we were talking about that not too long ago, Sumetis. It is going to be very nice to have... To not have to go through the painful waiting process. Actually, you know what? We are going to need more string as well, aren't we? Which means... I'm going to have to wait till we get a spider prediction in here and switch it over to string for a little bit. Shit. That's fine. We are going to need... We do need more string, though, for... Actually, we don't need a ton, do we? I think we only need... For each one of these, we only need 4. Let's get a few... Let's get a little bit more string. We haven't actually got anywhere to put the string at the moment, but let's get a little bit more coming in. We've got 32 of those, means we're going to need 32 of those. And 8 of those. And we're going to have to wait as well, because all of the steel is still going through. That's fine, because we do need steel anyway. I'm going to take those out, actually. Just because we need these now. Right, there we go. Yeah, we want to start getting the shulker predictions to self-aware, or shulker data models to self-aware as soon as we can. We should be... Yeah, there we go. Oh, they're actually only 512 FE per tick as well, which is nice. Right, how much string have we got now? Okay, we'll leave that going on string. Could somebody remind me in around about 10 minutes or so when we go on a break that I need to switch that back to giving us tin? I'm also going to need to check on this to see when we get a shulker prediction so we can set it to diamonds and start buffering diamonds. Okay, in the meantime, I might need a few more copper wires. I am definitely going to need some of those, and I'm definitely going to need one of those. All right, so wait. Okay, so how many machines did we say we needed? Oh, so we needed 3 compressors, 1 macerator, chemical reactor, and the converter, so 6. We need what, 54 steel plates? We've got 20 in there already. We should have enough wrought iron ones left. We do. Oh, hang on. We're also gonna need to get 4 MV holes as well. So that's what, 36? 36 aluminium. Right, have we got... Nope. I've got to keep checking on that to see if we get, once we get the diamond prediction. Otherwise, everything else is going to back up if I forget about that. We definitely don't want that. We're also going to need... copper, we should be fine. We're only doing a... You know what? I'm going to do a 4 amp converter for the copper. Just so we use less, just so we can use less circuits. I really don't want to have to craft any more yet. Oh, there we go. We made slightly too many aluminium sheets, but that's fine. Right, wrought iron. Tin cables. I really hope I have got enough. Wait. Where did my 4 tin cables go? Didn't I make some? Oh, no, I made the copper ones, didn't I? I didn't make the tin ones yet. That's right. And we should have... I'm losing it. I did make them. I was gonna say, did I or did I not just make 2 red alloy 4X cables? I think I'm going blind today. Quite concerning. All right, so we got those. We need 3 compressors, which means we need 6 pistons, which means we need... I'm gonna do these the steel ones. They're just slightly quicker. What's 3 times 6? Like, we need 18 steel plates. 6 of those turning into rods and 6 turning into small gears. I should probably have started batch crafting some of these things, but honestly hasn't seemed worth it yet. I don't think it would have saved us a huge amount of time. I think once we have got these sorted, I think we do need to get a few more batches of circuits going. Still no shulker one. Oh. Uh-huh. Why are we not getting power? These aren't outputted. Whoops. I may or this is the reason why they weren't actually doing anything. I didn't actually set them to extract. That'll do it. Oh my god, sugarcane now. Hands again. It also explains why we weren't getting the... Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. Alright. Now we might actually get a chance at getting one of them. Right, okay, we should have what we need for the pistons. Right, 3 compressors. Ah, shit, we need another piston. Should have checked that. What else do we need? Rotom buzzsaw. Is it worth doing it that way? Probably. Actually, yeah, it probably is, just because we haven't got the tools in the ME system. I think we might actually get everything that I wanted to get done today done. Unless we come in across any more issues when it comes to making the polyethylene. Once we get polyethylene, opens up a whole bunch of things that we can do. Although I don't think we can get to SMD components yet, which would be nice, but... I think we're still going to be... I think that's not until HV. Okay, so what do we got left to do? Just the chemical reactor, which we have everything for already. Okay, that takes care of the LV machines. We just need the MV machines, which we needed 3 of, didn't we? There's the MV converter. Chemical reactor should be easy enough. The distillery, however, is a bit of a pain in the ass because it requires pumps, which are always a nightmare. Well, until later on. The pumps actually are one of the things I probably should mass produce. Alright, what else do we need? The cupronickel spring. So we need long cupronickel rods. Why is it always cupronickel? What do we need? Screwdriver and a wrench. I don't think I ever did make a forge hammer, did I? At least not one that we can utilize for this. Oh, we just put it in a bender anyway. Wait. Oh, we can just put a single one in there, can't we? Oh, okay, we made too many. Oh, well, never mind. That's fine. Worse things have happened. There we go. That is all of the machine. Well, most of the machines. We've still got to go back and grab this. Which I'm hoping we don't need too much more phenol for a while. We've got 129 buckets of it at the minute. Should see us through for a little bit. Still got to move those as well. Okay, so where and how are we going to set this up? Oh, we need an interface as well before we do anything else. Which I'm going to go ahead and assume that I do not have what I need for. But thankfully, we did make an extra set of things for a hull. All right, stick that in there. If we can make some more formation and annihilation cores. There we go. Okay. And covered cables. Right. So we'll start at the end, I guess. Always the best place to start. But the final point we need on here is, and this is where things are going to get a little bit awkward. We need an LV chemical reactor. You know what? I really should have made an MV chemical reactor, shouldn't I? You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go make an MV one. What do we actually need for the chemical reactor? This will just make life a little bit easier because we can use the 4 amp MV converter for those last 3 machines, and then the LV one for the ones up to that point. Oh, that's easy enough as well. Right, we don't need any more sheets, do we? No. Okay. Stick that in there. Stick that in there. I'm probably going to need a bunch more laser nodes as well, because I have 1 left, apparently. And that's it. Oh, no, hang on. We've got another 8 there. May or may not be enough. We'll see. This will not be the most efficient thing in the world, by the way. But it will hopefully at least give us some polyethylene. How dare. I know, right? The cheek of me. Now, after this, at least, though, we can start, like, actually progressing, getting ourselves into HV, and getting a bunch of other things that we need sorted out. And start to think about actually setting up more permanent setups for everything. Which I'm itching to start doing, because it means we can actually use some of our platforms over here. There we go. That works. Alright, so the end point of this is chemical reactor. I really need, like, scaffolding blocks or something here. A chemical reactor, that is where the magic happens. Actually, I think I want that 1 block further forwards. Chemical reactor. And then prior to that, we need, I'm guessing, another chemical reactor. I am going to underclock that, though. This will be producing the ethylene and diluted sulfuric acid. Oh, I'm going to have to process the diluted sulfuric acid as well, aren't I? Because it is not overly speedy to do. If I just set up 4 LV distilleries for it, that would probably work. For right now, we'll probably just store it. And then from there, once we get a few more circuits sorted, we'll set it up so we can distill it back into sulfuric acid. And we at least get some of that back. The chemical reactor, and then speaking of distilling, that is where the distillery goes. And then into the distillery goes the biomass. So the biomass, the next thing we need to do is the pyro oven. Which I feel like we want to have here. I think I would like to have like a laser between here and here. Although, you know what? We really don't need a laser between it, do we? We just pump the biomass straight into there. That should be fine. And we'll put the face of the pyrolyzed oven at this side, I guess. What else do we need? Maintenance hatch can go there. Pyrolyzed oven can go there. Output hatch can go there, facing directly into the distillery. We do only get biomass out of this, like, fluid-wise, right? Yeah. Good. Okay, so that's the output hatch. Where's the energy hatch? There it is. All right. That can go... I guess all the LV machines are going to be over this side, so we'll put the LV energy hatch there. We don't need that 1 amp energy converter anymore. We've got the 4 amp one now. Right, so the macerator. I think I am going to have a bit of a buffer in here for this. And we'll put import hatch down there, I guess. I might have to move some of this stuff around as we go. But the import hatch can go there. We will put a drawer in there. We do have a 1x1 drawer. Perfect. Drawer can go in there. That can be for the plant balls. Or, sorry, the biochaff. We won't bother storing the plant balls. I don't think, anyway. Oh, we might do some storage for the plant balls as well. The macerator will feed into there. And then we'll have the 3 compressors that will feed into there. I guess we could put the 3 compressors just around the edge of it, but it's going to be a little awkward if we do that, I think. I'd rather set it up. Yeah, I'd rather set it up like that. There shouldn't be a situation where we really back up on the stuff from the compressors, the plant balls. Because these should be producing enough to keep this running constantly. The only time it'll back up is when that does. And I think that's everything. Pretty much. I can put the muffler hatch there again, can't I? And then we can face it inside so we don't have to deal with the smoke. How are you doing, Rallius? I don't think we need the output bus, do we? So we'll just put that wherever, just because we have it there. And I can't be bothered to make another one of the casings. There we go. Okay. Am I missing anything else? I don't believe so. I do think I'm going to move this into here, though. Honestly, it's complicated. I think it pretty much always is, isn't it? Aha, there we go. Now we can get diamonds. We are going to have to make a drawer for diamonds as well, though. Oh, shit, that means we're going to really do with a compacting drawer, couldn't we? Oh, we need to get the string back on as well. I was supposed to go on a break, wasn't I, about... Oh, no, it was copper we stopped getting in, wasn't it? Not string. Not tin. There we go. All right. So... what are we making? Compacting drawers. I actually don't even know if compacting drawers are really going to be necessary for this. Should be added now. Yep, there we go. We are going to need another void upgrade. Although we shouldn't ever get to a point where we need the void upgrades. Oh, I would like to get some storage upgrades in each of these as well. So that one, we don't need it in that one. Or that one really for the minute. Okay. What was I waiting on? Nothing, I think. I think we are... Oh, wait, no, I do need conductive iron, don't I? We need more cables. There we go. Connect that. That. And then we need that in there. We need another of these. Go there. Are we close enough? Connect these. Should be. Right, there we go. Right, and then we're going to need to do energetic alloy cables for those ones. Are we going to have anywhere, like, in line with that we can hook this straight up to? Third block in? Ah, perfect. Alright, we should be able to hook this up here. There we go. That should give that power. Everything should now have power. Beautiful. Okay, so we need an interface. I think what we're probably going to do is have lasers that are going into wherever they need to go on the bottom row here. I think that's going to be... Yes, that does connect. I do love that, like, additional, like, 2 blocks connection distance. It's really nice to have. Okay, so we do need another interface. Wait, did I? Oh, I already did, didn't I? That's right. I remember. I put the interface in there. It's actually a lot cleaner under here than I thought it'd be. Well, nice. Okay, so what do we need to actually output to this? We need sugarcane. Let's do it from one side to the other. And also let's change the color of this. There we go. Alright, so we need to we know we need to output water. And we know we need to output sugarcane. We output those. Do I have... I do not have many overclockers. And I only have 1 item card left. That's not going to get me very far here. Crap. Okay, right. Let's go make some more. Although the overclockers we may not need to do. We'll see. Item cards we definitely need, though. There we go. Alright, so that will extract from there. We then need to... Actually, let's set this on... We might need 1 more overclocker on there. Potentially. Filter these for sugarcane. I don't know what I'm going to do with that diluted sulfuric acid at the minute. That's actually one thing that's kind of concerning me. Right, we'll move that in a minute. Oh yeah, those take longer anyway, so that, like, we may not need the overclockers at all. Anyway, we need to take from those. And then insert those into here. We do need to lock that. There we go. That goes into there. We do need 1 more laser here, though, don't we? And then we need to insert into there. Needs to be the water. I would like to make sure we actually have enough water coming in. So I need to, I haven't checked it in a while. We don't need that much though, so... Alright, what do we need circuit-wise on here? Circuit 1. Oh, damn it. Hold on. It requires maintenance. Wait, what do you miss? What do we miss? Wire curtains. Okay. That's better. Alright. I have a feeling we're not going to bother with the second break, by the way. Alright, that goes into the distillery. We do need a circuit 1 in there. And this should turn the biomass. Oh, we are going to have to deal with wood pulp, though. I don't think we really need to keep wood pulp, do we? Who needs one of those? Apparently, people like to shout at me when I don't have them. Although not today, thankfully. Right, okay, we need spruce. I need void upgrades. I mean, my mods tend to do it occasionally. Oh, wait a minute. I can't do that, can I? Or can I? Can I? Oh, yeah, I can do different outputs for fluid and... Okay, so the ethanol goes into there. And that gets combined with sulfuric acids. Yeah, it's... I think that's a vanilla thing. Free full. Because dirt paths are not quite a full block, you're technically standing in the block below them. It's the same with soul sand, I think, as well. So it puts you at the bottom of the block when you teleport to it. You're a gel, but you know it does no good. I mean, you're not wrong. Alright, so we need to filter that for sulfuric acids. There we go. The slow-ass process of making ethylene. 60 seconds. An entire minute to make 1 bucket of ethylene. I think for the time being, I'm just going to go and grab one of those fluid cells. I have 576 buckets of storage in, and we're going to just put the diluted sulfuric acid in here for now. Although I'm not sure how I'm going to get it up there. I guess what I could do, instead of doing that, if we put it there, we'll have to use another laser node, but for the time being, this will have to do. This is just going to be its own separate little network. And that will feed the diluted sulfuric acid into there. And then if we really want to, we can put a storage bus on the side of this and then deal with it from there, but... Wait a minute, though. Hold on. How much power am I actually using with this? 120, 220... I don't think I've got enough circuits. I was going to say I'll put a... whatever they're called on here. Distillery on here and start processing some of the diluted sulfuric acid in place, since we have got plenty of power left on this 4 amp converter. I think I will do that once we've made another batch of circuits. Anyway, there we go. The ethylene will go into there. Oh, we do need to... I think I'm going to have to pull the fluids from here using laser IO rather than pushing them out into here, because I don't know if that's going to cause problems. Whether like it'll try and push the diluted sulfuric acid into there and not just the ethylene. Could make a fluid filter. That would work. What do I need for it though? Zinc foil? I think we can put these just straight onto the sides of machines. At least you used to be able to. We do need a lapis plate, however. It looks like we are going to get polyethylene by the end of the day. There we go. Can we put these directly onto the sides of machines as a cover? It would appear so. Although they are a little bit janky when you do that. A filter insert. Okay, and we want to filter this for ethylene. But no technium for you. I did see all your screenshots in Discord. I've not had a proper chance to look at them fully, but it looks like you're on the way to getting there, though. Yeah, these are very, very janky when you just put them in as filters. Like, they don't actually... They're supposed to work. What do I need to do with the buckets? No. Yeah, these don't work very well when you just put them as a cover, apparently. I had this issue in all the mods 9 as well. I just want to filter it. Looks like... Yeah, we're going to have to use a pump, aren't we? Or we could just try pushing it out and seeing what actually happens. Seeing if we do get the diluted sulfuric acid in there. Anyway, last thing we need to put into here is oxygen. Five out of 9 a place, probably. Not going to be very fast, though. I mean, it doesn't need to be fast, does it? Certainly not to begin with. Like, there's always going to be better ways you can do things as you progress. Yeah, that's what I wanted to avoid. Can I... Oh, wait, can I filter these here and then put it in? Hold on. Oh, there we go. That's the ethylene. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Is that going to do what it's supposed to do? And not put any diluted sulfuric acid in there? Because if so, that would be amazing. There we go. Our first polyethylene. Glass is putting you in alternative A, B, or C. Ooh. Are you looking for input here, or is this just you just saying you have a bunch of options? I probably should look at the quest book at some point, shouldn't I? There we go. We have polyethylene. You make a choice, thing of going smelter either way, or lava again. There we go. All right. So we have polyethylene. We have hostile neural networks. We are still gaining pulsating prediction matrices. Or matrices. What else do we need? What else were we looking at? We are getting diamonds in now as well. I think the power should be holding quite nicely as well. That's still using 1200. That's only using 120, 120. Those bottom two are using 1200. The rest of these... Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Why are you... Oh my god. I wish I'd built that further away. Oh, right, that'll be why. Those will be producing 800 RF. Wait, did I not do that one either? Oh, that one worked. We are actually using like a large amount of our power here. Damn. I went with the solid. What do you want to know which way I went, Guitar? I think like from me starting that sentence, I think you probably figure it out anyway. But there we go, polyethylene. We can now make stuff. Polyethylene sheets being a large part because we need those for blank patterns. Oh, I struggle with that all the time, Guitar, and Greg Tech's actually quite bad for it, honestly. But it didn't stop me playing it. No, I didn't. I went with the solidifier. It was the one with the least hassle, basically, for me, at least in the way I had everything else set up. Or at least, as Banana puts it, the least faff. Don't like faffing around with things. Anyway, let's actually have a look at the quest book now, since we haven't done that in a little while. Wait, what did I get? Oh, dark steel. Okay. I don't remember if these go directly in. They do. Okay, perfect. Let's actually look at what we need to do now, because we've done a bunch of stuff that we wanted to do, and now we should probably look at the stuff we need to do. The factory is essentially done at this point. I would like to make a capacitor bank, though. However, I am going to need to make some more circuits first. But a capacitor bank is definitely something I want to do. Numismatic dynamos, obviously, one of the next things we need to look at. Where is the numismatic dynamo quest? Where have they put it now? I'm sure it used to be in the factory ones. Does anybody know where I put that quest? The numismatic dynamo one. Ah! Wait, no, that's boilers and turbines. That's not it. I'm expecting it to have an image of the dynamo itself, but I'm not seeing it. Because you're now going for furnace method? Seems like as good a reason as any. They didn't change the recipe for it or anything, did they? No, it still just needs vibrant alloy, vibrant bimetal gears. Yeah, I think we're doing alright for stuff now. We're getting coppers coming in at a reasonable rate. Tin is coming in at a reasonable rate. We do still need to get a bunch of the other metals coming in. But that is good for now. I don't know, like, I'm sure there used to be a quest. I'm positive there was a quest for the numismatic dynamos. I would have expected to have come off here. But apparently not. Oh, well, whatever. That's fine. Right, where did we actually get to as far as early game stuff goes? Wait, we've not even unlocked that quest yet. Why? Oh, yeah, they changed all the quest lines around, didn't they? Like, everything got changed around? So wait, why are some of these not completed? Like, what am I missing in terms of these? Like, why is that not... Diodes, good circuit boards, your first circuits. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here. I've got the your first circuits. Diodes isn't completed. Oh, because gallium arsenide isn't... Ah, right. I never checked that off. Okay. Oh, God, that's completed a whole lot of quests. Okay. So centrifuge... let's read a few through these. Why not? Centrifuges have a chance of creating additional materials when processing ore dust. Sometimes it's the main dust, but often it's a different, useful material that is otherwise unobtainable. Instead of washing impure dusts made from macerating or hammering ores, in a cauldron you can get more out of each dust by centrifuging it. The same is true of pure dusts. When you eventually make a washer or chemical bath, note, however, that pure and impure dusts will usually give different byproducts. Always check in EMI. Centrifuges also have other uses like unmixing compound dusts and fluids or getting rubber pulp, which can be chemically reacted with sulfur to efficiently make liquid rubber. That's actually something I need to do more of soon. And then the canner, LV batteries were very simple to make, but more effective forms of power storage will be more complex to build, so we'll need to lay the groundwork now. For the antimony, you'll need smelt stibnite ore or processed tetrahedrite ore and railgar ore. We've done all of that. Gallium arsenide. Initial circuit components are a bit more difficult in CEU, and you need arsenic in addition to gallium. For gallium, you may rank from worst to best. Electrolyzed sphalerite for a low chance of small dust. Note that you lose on direct smelting value. Or crushed bauxite in the chemical bath. Note that this requires sodium persulfate. Obtain it as a byproduct of sphalerite or processing in the thermal centrifuge or centrifuge. For arsenic, you must centrifuge railguard dust or more involvedly flash smelt cobaltite dust in the EBF and electrolyze the resultant arsenic trioxide. Combine both in a mixer to make gallium arsenide. And then, what else do we get to? The diodes. Diodes are a component in the next circuit tiers. They are made in an assembler from liquid glass, fine copper wire, and gallium arsenide. Always be on the lookout for better recipes. Fine annealed copper wire doubles your yield, and polyethylene unlocks a few more efficient recipes. Thankfully, that's why we have polyethylene now. The Atomic Reconstructor is capable of reconstructing standard materials into special variants. Most important recipes are at MV, so you'll need one at that tier or higher. And the Enchanter. Vanilla enchanting mechanics are just so tedious. Don't you wish you could just make a specific enchant instead of grinding levels and rolling the dice? Oh wait, you can. The Darksteel Enchanter is a device that uses book and quill experience levels, lapis, and enchant-specific items to create an enchanted book. With enchantment of your choosing, then you can just use an anvil to enchant your items like usual. You can also make the Mending Enchant, which allows you to infinitely repair the items when damaged using liquid XP in an Ender IO fluid tank or pressurized fluid tank. Keep in mind that Mending does not work on GregTech tools. I didn't actually know that, but it is good to know. What else do we get? The MV Mixer. In GTC EU, higher tier blends of dust require higher tier mixers to mix. The MV Mixer is required for making vanadium and stainless steel. There will not be more mixer quests after this one. Remember this when making higher tier dust blend. And then your first tier 2 circuits. Your first tier 2 circuits will require 3 tier 1 circuits plus 2 diodes. These are rather expensive. Always be on the lookout for a cheaper way to make your circuits. New sets of recipes become available each time you make a new tier of circuit assembler. Conveniently, this tier of circuit unlocks one now. Beautiful. Infinite wood. All this phenol needed for MV circuits and all the steel needed for everything else. Maybe putting stress into your coal supply. So it may be worth looking into building a greenhouse and converting wood into charcoal to help solve the issue. Providing it with fertilizer will significantly increase its output. I find this quest a little bit misleading, because it kind of almost leads you to believe that you can make phenol from wood, which, as far as I'm aware, you can't. I'm pretty sure there's no, certainly at this point, I don't think there's any way you can get to phenol from wood. Although I am now very curious. Phenol, oxygen and cumene. You can't. Not really a reasonable recipe. There you go. Diaminobenzidine and diphenyl-osopholate. There you go. That gives you phenol. It also gives you PBI as well, which you need much later on, but we can't do that anyway. What else we got? Sodium hydroxide and dichlorobenzene. And then heavy fuel, wood tar. Oh, maybe from wood tar. Maybe from wood tar. But then 1 bucket of wood tar will get you 75 millibuckets of phenol, so honestly not really worth it. Coal tar will give you 100 millibuckets, but I don't think you can get to coal tar from logs in any way, shape, or form. But no, I'm pretty sure there's no way you can get, like, there might be something I've missed, but I don't think there's any reasonable way you can get to phenol from wood. So it just feels a little misleading the way it's worded. I was so happy when you get to autocrafting in this pack. Yeah, I'm going to be the same way. Hopefully in the next few days, honestly. It shouldn't take too much longer. We really just need to make stainless steel at this point. Oh, and probably some MV energy input hatches as well to speed up the EBF a little bit. The extruder is an alternative way to form shapes from metal. Extruder shapes are used for telling an extruder which shape to make. Extruders are no longer strictly needed for large pipes. Extruders use ingots, but are as efficient for making gears as melting and solidifying. They're also the most efficient way to make bolts, small gears, and rings. You can also use extruders to make things from other machines, like plates and wires, but they are less efficient than using the dedicated machines for these purposes. There is also an LV version, but most of the extruder recipes must be run at MV or higher. The advanced electrolyzer. An MV electrolyzer allows you to process recipes that require up to 128 EU per tick, and can optionally overclock recipes costing at most 32 EU per tick. This means you can split more kinds of things for useful products. An LV circuit assembler. Circuit assemblers are the linchpin of your factory, gating progression through the circuits. Each time you upgrade to a new voltage of circuit assembler, you'll be able to craft more advanced themes of circuits. These use more complex ingredients and require new infrastructure to be in place, but are more efficient to craft overall than the same tier of circuit from the prior theme. The LV circuit assembler allows you to make electronic circuits far more easily. The circuit progression has been largely replaced with a progression native to CEU, with a few minor changes to reflect the progression of this pack better. Check out the progression quest book tab to see the flow of circuit progression. Then we've got chromium. Chromium is used in the production of many alloys. Stainless steel, which is what we're going to be using it for next. Vanadium steel and canthal are the ones you will encounter soon. It is primarily obtained by electrolyzing ruby dust. Alternatively, you can process ruby ore for a small chance to get chromium. You can also mine chromite in the end. You will need a lot of this soon, so be sure to accumulate a lot of it. We kind of need an MV or an HV assembler, realistically, for that. Sorry, not assembler, macerator. And we can at least get it from Ruby. Okay, so next things we kind of need to work on. Let's claim that as well. What do we... Oh, circuits. Circuits are the next thing we actually need to do. And do we have any better ways of making said circuits now? We've got the basic integrated circuits, which honestly don't feel any cheaper. They actually feel more expensive. I might be wrong, but they do feel more expensive. There's got to be something I'm missing with this. Because diodes need gallium arsenide, at least initially. And fine copper wire. It's tin bolts. And the IC chips. Those are something we're going to need to get into soon. I think what we want to do is basically make another, for the time being, another 4 stacks of the basic electronic circuits. And then use those to... I've just realized that... Oh, I need the IV circuit assembly. I was going to say, I've just realized we can make calculation processes and other processes more efficiently, but we can't until IV. Ah, that sucks. Anyway, right. But then we can also make... If we use the 2 stacks of those, we can use those to make another stack of MV circuits. I don't think we can make any better MV circuits until... Oh, that's why they're better. You can use 2 basic integrated circuits along with some other stuff to make 2 of the good integrated circuits. That makes more sense now. As far as progression goes. The diodes are still a pain in the ass, though. Okay, I think this needs to be what we start working on next, is getting slightly better circuits. In order to do those, we're going to need the MV... Actually, we're going to need some circuits to begin with. I think we need to... You know what? Let's just do what I said I was going to do. Let's just do another 2 stacks of LV circuits for now, and then turn those into MV circuits. We are going to need them. So we need those. And then we're going to make those. Okay, so what do we need? 2 stacks of vacuum tubes. I don't think we've got any faster way we can make these. Or any better way to make any of these. So, if we need 2 stacks of those, I'm pretty sure we don't have that many left. We've got 24. Okay. 2 stacks of these. 32 recipes. Each one of these can do 8, so we need 4 red alloy. 32 glass tubes. Uh, 32 glass tubes. What else do we need? 32 steel bolts and 32 annealed copper. There's the bolts. I'll take care of the vacuum tubes. We need 2 stacks of resistors as well. I'm assuming we can't make the SMD ones yet. No, we need an HV assembler. We are going to need a lot more annealed copper, though. And do we have enough glue? Oh, yeah, we got like 60 buckets of glue. We're fine for glue. Okay, that's good. We do need a bunch more red alloy as well. If we make another 2 stacks of that, which we can do easily now that we actually have copper coming in. All right, what else do we need for these? Coal dust we got plenty of. And then we just need 2 stacks of fine annealed copper wire, which is going to be 16 annealed copper, I think. There we go. 2 stacks of vacuum tubes. We are going to need a stack of tin. Which we can put in the extractor. I really should start using soldering alloy. It's just extra steps. And when you've got like a not quite limitless, but almost limitless supply of tin, it just seems to make more sense to do it the other way. Alright, so how many of these recipes did we say we needed? 32. So we need 32 coal dust. There we go. 2 stacks of annealed copper wire. And glue. Alright, we still also need to make resin printed circuit boards. Can I be bothered to do this recipe? It's like 5 seconds. That's like over 5 minutes waiting for it. Yeah, we'll do it. So we just need another stack of copper. Let's turn into foil. What else do we need? So we're going to need 2 stacks of red alloy wire, so 1 stack of red alloy. What else am I needing? Should be everything at that point. Once we've got the... Oh, we've still got to get the... Well, we need a stack of planks. Which actually we are starting to run a little low on wood. We've got plenty of it back at the old base at the minute. We're in from the greenhouses. That's not too bad. Okay, right. What do we need for the MV ones? We need the 2 stacks of LV circuits that we'll get from this. We do need 2 stacks of diodes. No, these aren't the first MV. We're just starting to run low on the last stack that we made. And we haven't got enough to make the stuff to make the next tier of LV ones to make this cheaper. So I figured since we're doing it, we may as well make a stack of them. I went to a dripstone caves biome and there's no caves. Yeah, I've had that before in vanilla as well. Like, it said it was a dripstone cave, but there was just no cave. Are you sure you're just not on, like, the wrong Y level? Yeah, well, normally the first ones that you make for any tier go into making the circuit assembler, don't they? So they're gonna be expensive, and then obviously you make the cheaper versions afterwards. But that's why we're looking for the next lot after this to make these ones. Basically, you can make these ones look a bit like a scam. Because these look technically more expensive than the previous LV ones. The previous tier of LV. And they do go, slightly more does go into them. But the good thing about these, though, is that when you do turn them into MV circuits, you basically don't lose anything. It's not a 2-to-1 like the previous one. It looks like I'm going to guess it's the same with the next ones as well. But these, the second tier of LV ones look like they're more expensive, and they are if you use them as LV circuits. If you use them to create the next tier of MV circuits, you're basically, rather than going from 2-to-1 like you do with these ones, you will never use LV circuits to make HV circuits. Now let's look at the HV circuits then. But you do need you also need the good integrated circuits to make the first HV ones. Because there's no way you get into the microprocessors assemblies for a while. At least not at my point. But yeah, you'll use the good circuits to make 2 of the first tier of MV ones, or the second tier of MV ones, to turn into what the first tier of HV. It's the way the progression always tends to work. I wouldn't say any of them are a scam, though. All right. That can start those going. All right, we do need 2 stacks of copper wire, that's easy enough. The phenolic circuit boards I need to start actually doing soon. Actually, I need to get silver foil coming in as well, don't I? And I also need to start passiving sodium persulfate as well in the not too distant future. Right, anyway, phenolic circuit boards. We need resin circuit boards and phenol. Resin circuit boards are easy enough. Although, do I have any sticky resin over here? I do not. Right, for right now, let's just bring this back with us. Oh, actually, I do need to lock that, don't I? There we go, that's a little better. Alright, so phenolic circuit boards. We need resin circuit boards, which means we need a stack of those, which of course we ran out of. There you go, 60 resin circuit boards. We need to put those in chemical reactor with phenol. 5 seconds is fine. We can live with that. Where did I put the phenol? Did I ever bring that? Oh, it's still the old base as well, isn't it? Never actually brought that back. Do I have any sodium persulfate over here? No, but I do have iron chloride, which we are going to need. We are going to need that. Not, yeah, we're going to need that now. I don't have a chemical reactor here, do I? No. Why can't we do that? It's so annoying. Oh, wait, hold on. Not what I need. How much phenol do I need for these? 6.4 buckets, right? Okay. Oh, also, how is this holding up with sulfuric acid? Okay, that's going to take a while before that backs up. A lot of this stuff is backing up. Holy shit. But we should have a reasonable amount of polyethylene now. Right? 53 buckets. Not a huge amount, but it's a start. Alright, what else do we need for the phenolic circuit boards? I'm almost tempted just to do this recipe for it and not bother making more sodium persulfate. Well, I guess we do have the iron chloride. Got 16 bucks to that, which will give us more than enough. Yeah, we'll do it that way. What do we need hostile neural networks for, wise for silver? Gasts. You mean the iron chloride consumes chlorine? As in it's essentially wasted. I mean, yes, but we have iron chloride here. With absolutely no other use for it. What else are we going to do with it? It was only there as a byproduct from the sodium persulfate anyway. Well, I say a byproduct. We use I think we use the hydrochloric acid to make the iron chloride. But technically, I misspoke when I said it was a byproduct, but regardless, we have plenty of it, at least for the time being. At least for another stack of circuits. Right, those are ready for that. Do I need anything else for the first tier ones? I just need the red alloy cable. That should be everything. How you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting you can't put the full 9 buckets or so in there, can you? Alright, what else do we need? We are definitely getting pulsating prediction matrices now. Diamond. I need to do the maths again on how many numismatic dynamo or how many shulker models we need for the numismatic dynamos. Where did I put it? So. Lisa, for now, I'm working on a personal pack and slowly getting it situated. Nice. Is it just more, is it kind of a kitchen sink style pack, or is it more kind of progression focused? Oh, hurry up. All right. Nearly there. What do we still need to do for the diodes? I am going to need to make some more annealed copper, actually, as well. Another thing I need to do. Don't have silicon wafers yet, so... I really should look at making silicon wafers, actually. But for that, we need the cutting machine, and for the cutting machine, we need more MV circuits, so... But we do have gallium arsenide. If we want to make... We need to make 2 stacks of these? Yeah, we need to make 2 stacks of diodes, which means... We need a stack of... Oh, Jesus Christ. A stack of gallium arsenide. That is not what I needed. That's what I needed. Do we have enough gallium arsenide for a stack? Yes, we do. We have plenty at the minute. A stack of gallium arsenide, and then... What, 32? Yeah, 32 annealed copper, which I don't think we have. No. Where the hell did I put my arc furnace? There it is. Wait, how many... Yeah, 8 buckets in there. Since you can't boot modded 120 on the CurseForge launcher, you've been using Prism. Wait, you can't boot modded 120? How come? Like, what happens when you try? Where are we? Go. Ah, shit. Oh, that's fine. This, however, is going to take forever. Just treated wood and machine left. Yay. Nearly there, Guitar Lilin. Alright. I think it's been a pretty productive day. Now that we've... See, this I think is what I really like about the way I do things for me personally is I spend a lot of time getting the infrastructure and everything set up so that when we do start to work on the progress, it generally happens reasonably quickly. But no, when you says it's won't load with error code 1, is that any 120 mod pack? Does it work with 121 versions? One more. There we go. Alright. And wait, there's nothing we can do with... Oh, wait a minute. Can I... Fuck! I didn't... Oh, I almost missed this. We've got polyethylene now, so we don't need to worry about... We can make twice as much, so we basically need to half the amount of everything we're using. Oh, that's so much nicer. Right, you can go back into dust form. I almost missed that. Anything above 120? I mean, it's like an obvious thing, like, is Java and everything updated properly? I'm pretty sure that's something you will have checked, but... It's always an idea to ask, because it's always the easiest things. Like the simplest things that you don't think about. We're almost there, chap. 68.9, 69.1, there we go. The perfect number. Right, so how many of these recipes do we need? 16? No. 32 recipes. What's 32 times 144? So, 4.6 buckets, roughly. Wait, what the... Bobo, thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Bobo? I don't know if you're here or not, if that was an automated one that's just gone through, but... The right Java's installed, but is it trying to use the right version of Java? So I think if I remember rightly, there's somewhere in the CurseForge settings that lets you basically point it to the right, like the version of Java that you want it to use. Can't remember exactly what that setting is. Give me a second. Yeah, it's got the Java versions at the bottom. It might be an idea to check the Java version, just make sure that they are pointing to specifically the versions that you want them to. That might be worth checking. I mean, although if you've already started in Prism Launcher, then I don't know if there's any reason to not continue with that. Go and 2 stacks of fine annealed copper. Do we need a circuit? I don't think we do. So nice to have polyethylene again. Oh, hang on, I'm going to need another stack of tin smelting, aren't I? We're going to need that for the MV circuits. We're almost done with the LV ones. Store run is in order at the moment. Actually, that's something I need to do before too long, so I'm going to have to call it a day fairly soon. I think we'll get these MV circuits sorted out then we'll have a look at what we need to do tomorrow and then call it a day. Because I need to get to the shops. Right, how are we doing with these? I really need to get an MV chemical reactor tomorrow. $21 out of the 64 we need. What have I got in the rest of these? Oh, right, hold on. I've got a bunch of glue in these, haven't I? Where's my glue? There, we can get those back. What else we got? Oh, we have got another 9 buckets of 9 and a bit buckets of sodium persulfate as well. I forgot I had that. What are you going to do with the coal coke? Eat it. I'm not sure that works, but it was the first thought I had. Oh my god, it's so slow. How long do these take exactly? 15 seconds each. Ouch. Oh, GregTech is such a nightmare early on, or it can be a nightmare early on, but it's so rewarding as you progress. Right, how much power are we using for these, by the way? 2,000 for those. 2,048 plus 64. What else we got? Plus 64. And that's 512. Shit, I've lost track. 2176 plus 512. 2,688. And that's it. Only 2,688 RF per tick we're using for those. Actually not that bad. Right, so for silver, what do we need? Because silver's something we're starting to run out of. Or we will start to run out of before too much longer. Same with nickel, I think. We've got a little bit of both of them, but not a ton. And we are going to need silver soon, I guess, for... stainless steel. Wait, no, we don't need silver. Why would we need silver for stainless steel? I have no idea where that came from. Gas predictions. Gas are another 1,024. Plus we need a gas tier, which is actually fine. Okay. What do we need for stainless steel then? And where is stainless steel? I always find it so difficult because this is so dark with shaders on. I always find it difficult to find anything on there. Iron, nickel, manganese. Oh, where are we going to get manganese from? Pyrolusite. Scheelites. Tantalite. Spessartine. Tungstate. Wolfenite. Olivine. Pyrolusite. Pyrolusite. Where will we find pyrolusite? Oh, we can find it in the overworld. And spessartine and tantalite. But there are veins in the overworld. And how would one get to manganese? Ore washing. And then if we thermal centrifuge, we can also get tantalite. And then pyrolusite, which we can then smelt for manganese and then macerate down again. We haven't found any pyrolusite yet, have we? We found pyrope, no pyrolusite. Oh, shit. Where's my... Ah, there it is. I'm going to say, where's my prospector? I thought I'd lost the damn thing then. Pyrochlor and pyrope. Wait, hang on. It was in the overworld, right? Oh, we can buy it as well. Yeah, overworld. Right, we'll go and check on... Check around, see if we can find that in a moment. Actually, let's go now. We'll check near the old base, though. How you doing anyway, Celestial? Pyrope. Let's go over this way. Pyrochlor and pyrope again. Have we seen that before? We must have done, right? Yeah, we must have done. We've already taken the copper from these, so... I've got Pyrolus. Well, it's like 3 chunks diagonally down from us to the southwest. 2, 3. I think it should be here, right? Like 1 chunk up. Not a huge amount, though. I don't think we need a huge amount. The good thing now, though, is now that we can actually fly, we can just dig straight down. I'm still going to do it with a little bit of care, but... slowly but surely, learning assembly of the language. What's, like, kind of what use case, like, what uses does the assembly language have? Not something I've ever really looked into before. Wait, talc isn't the same vein, is it? No. I'm going to assume probably further down. That's pentlandite. Glauconite. Am I going too far down here? Minus 30 to 0, so no, we're still... little ways off, potentially. Although, we shouldn't be now. Aha, there we go. Alright, so what we are going to have to do, though, is go home for a moment. Put those in there. And we'll grab the batteries. I really don't need this much flint. Super embedded, a bunch of shit in machine learning. Isn't really written anymore, but it can be useful for debugging, decompiling. Fair enough. I will take your word for it. It's basically stuff that I'm not smart enough to understand, is what you're saying. Please tell me I've got some torches in here to at least give us some light while we're doing this. Apologies for it about to get slightly darker. Oh, it's actually not that bad. Not when we're next to a wall, anyway, at least. I really found pretty much the bottom of this vein, didn't I, when I found it? Oh, crap. I fell off. I mean, you guys say I could understand it, but you don't know. I guess would it be one of those things that I'd understand it if I found it interesting in any way? All right. You don't know for certain. You can dabble in assembly, but you never had enough reason to put down the time to actually learn it. Like, is there much, like, generally much call for learning it though? Like, I'm assuming you can get by just fine in that field without really needing it. So whenever I mine in Greg Tech based packs, it always makes me think back to my first time playing with Greg Tech on stream and going mining in FTB interactions. And me just making a complete mess of it. Just mining bits and pieces here and there, like with like no rhyme or reason to it. Vaguely remember Ludi getting kind of annoyed. Alright, I think we got that done. How much do we get? Groschula, Spessatine. Almost 4 stacks. Is there really no more? Actually, then we might be able to get more manganese from some of this stuff as well if we need it. Potentially. If you don't go interested in it, it'll probably feel like analysing the driest literary piece ever. Fair enough. It was a must-take course in uni, so you had no choice but to learn a bit of it. What did you do at uni, Furious? I hate that I have to decide between seeing in the dark and being able to mine. Oh, there's a little bit more here as well. I am trying to compiling some programs eventually. As closed proprietary game engine. Oh yeah, I remember you saying you've been kind of become part of a team that was working on something that you told me, and I'm apparently completely blanking on what it was. I do remember that. You're in IT, so trying to get that degree. Ah, okay. Let's say this. Almost every high-level programming language, C, C++, C#, Java, etc., files into assembly. Oh, okay. So it's kind of something that other languages. So it's basically what other languages build off to make it more readable, kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense to me then. Right. How are we doing now? Have we got most of the stuff that we need? These are done. Nice. There we go. 64 phenolic circuit boards. We've got 2 stacks of basic electronic circuits. We just need 2 stacks of copper wire. Not much for embedded side. You're more for the less hardware-y stuff. Nuke the whole chunk to get every piece of ore. I mean, that seems slightly overkill. I don't mind a bit of mining, especially when I have a decent speed mining drill. But nuking an entire chunk seems like overkill, even to me. Alright, let's put... Wait, where's that? There it is. That away. We'll probably start these going. We probably won't get to finish all of these crafting. There we go. There we go. Another stack of MV circuits coming through. That will hopefully at least see us through tomorrow. We're still doing all right on here. How are we doing for... what I'm hoping is that once the pulsating prediction matrices back up a little bit, we'll start gaining some ender pearls as well. Which is going to be nice, because we can use those for elevators, which we are definitely in need of. Because we do still need to find a way of getting down into that area. Because right now, we don't really have a way, except just falling through the floor, which will have water and glass and stuff over it soon. So we need to find a way down into these areas. I'm kind of wondering if we can somehow get an elevator in there. The only downside to this is we are going to need to have an elevator in the center somewhere, like halfway down. And we're going to need to find a way to make that work and look good. It might actually be easier to do that if we have an elevators coming from down from the center of like this central bit. And then we can kind of attach them to the sides of this central column. So that's something we need to look at soon. I also still haven't made a decision on whether we like these or not. Like the magenta neon stuff through down down these bits. Maybe it might look better in the inset bits. I don't know. I want there to be a little bit more color in the walls. But we'll see. But yeah, tomorrow we will have a bunch more MV circuits. I'm still pressing L to check quests, by the way, because I'm so used to SevTech Ages at the minute. We will start working towards stainless steel. That's something that we need to do. We need to get to wafers as well. Silicon balls we can actually start making now. We might need to start looking at making more gallium arsenide as well. That is definitely something we could do with doing. There's a lot to do, basically, but we're in pretty good shape. And we also need to start thinking about what we can do as far as setting up a more permanent hostile neural networks area to work with. Because obviously right now this works, but it's not great. And we need to get to numismatic dynamos as well, so we need to do the maths for those. We need more EBFs. Actually, that might be something we end up doing tomorrow. We might just add a second EBF onto here for reasons. For stuff that we need it for, basically. And then we'll start what I will end up calling EBF Alley, which is basically just going to be a line of EBFs down, probably down the center of one of these areas. We'll just have a line of EBFs and then kind of on multiple tiers for all the various things we're going to need. But that is something for tomorrow. But right now, I am going to call it a day and go and find some food. So thank you, everybody, for being here. It's very much appreciated. If you can stick around for a couple more minutes while we find another broadcaster to send you all over to, I would appreciate it. As for me, I should be back tomorrow around about the same time, hopefully around about 2 p.m. We're in BST, British summertime now, aren't we? Yeah, about 2 p.m. BST, around about like 6 hours earlier than this. And then we'll hopefully continue to make more progress. All right, let's go and see Jester. Jester is currently playing Simplicity Rebirth, which is his own pack, I believe. Let's head on over there, show him a little bit of love. Live, thank you. Have a great day yourself, and thank you everyone for being here. Right, as far as the raid is concerned, though, I need you guys to copy the raid message, the /me #Tacheva raid that the bot is posting now. Copy that message, paste that into the chat once we get over to Jester's, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine, any will do. Just show him a little bit of love. He is an awesome guy. I think he's also doing a charity stream at the minute as well. It's got a play live thing on it, so I think he's also doing the charity stream. But anyway, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. And I'll see you all tomorrow.